Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and I'm your host, DJ Genesis. Now, this guest that I have today is a special guest that really intrigued me as I scrolled through his IG. I was amazed at all the information that I was able to gather. Just different insights from spirituality to sovereignty to understanding about you know coming from America, being a black in America, just so many different subjects, even down to the hijab that that's going on. Uh some of the conspiracies that are out here, everything you could think of. I mean, he has all the information you could ever think of, and I mean, just endless videos. And I said, you know what, I need to give him a platform over here to actually introduce a lot of this information, because I don't know if everybody out here is really talking about this type of stuff. For the most part, we have the red pill commentary, we have the conscious people talking about the Hebrew Israelites arguing with each other, but are we really getting into it where the politics meet the spirituality, meets who we are and where we come from? So without further ado, I definitely want to introduce my special guest, King Solomon, aka the Book of Johnson. Welcome.
Peace. I
Peace.
forgot that was the King Solomon was the one that I put on the front of my book. Yeah, it's actually a play on words. It's the King Soul of Man.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like King Soul Omen.
It
Like
is. It
Omen.
is. It is as well. That's the whole point of it. Is
Okay.
that it has multiple meanings to it right from the rip. Like it's just right down to the point to where it's going to make you think, no matter what it is that you're looking at it from the perspective of.
Right. So I didn't know exactly how to pronounce it. Like King Soul Omen or King Solomon. So I just kind of flubbed it a little bit so you couldn't.
All of the above.
Right. So I wanted to really get down into who are you? Where did you come from? What is your background? Just who is King Solomon? Who is the Book of Johnson? Let's get into it.
Okay. All right. Brief, I guess a brief history. I come from the House of Johnson, which came from the Smith family. All right, we just recently had integrated into the Johnson family through my grandmother and my grandfather. Now, as far as my bloodline and blood ties into this country, my great great grandfather was John Wesley Smith, and his twin brother is the Joseph Smith that started the Mormon Church. Now, the difference is that it's not the Mormon Church, because it wasn't a religion when it was began. It was the Moor men, the men of the Moors, the Mauritanians, which are the
Wait,
original.
so you're talking about the Mormon Church is actually connected to the Moors?
Yes, that's why it's the Moor Man Church.
What?
Yeah, see, the thing is that things have been so flipped in this country that the true history of things in this country has been, it's basically the biggest destiny swap that anybody could ever imagine possible. A lot of people don't realize this, but black comes from the word blanc, which is the word blank, which is actually meaning void of color, not people of color. And so if you dig back into your family tree, and you can do this through the Mormon Church history, through family trees and things like this, what you'll find is if you go back into the early 1800s, the people that were what is now considered to be black, if you check their census records, it's going to show you that they were white, because white and black are legal constructs. This is a lawful language issue, because lawfully speaking, white means the landowners, and black means civiliter mortuus. It means dead in the eyes of the law. Okay, and so the true black people at that time, matter of fact, here, instead of doing the camera flip thing, I'm just going to find the picture for you and show it to you.
They said, so is that black equals, well, white should mean bleak, right?
Well, white means the landowners. That's what it means lawfully.
Okay.
So
That's according to the Black's Law Dictionary.
Yeah, it's according to the Black's Law Dictionary. You have to go back to the fourth edition and the editions before that, right? Just like the word American was referenced towards copper tone individuals, not America in general. There's a lot of things about history that people don't know, and so it's very strange to me listening to people talk about history like they know it, and just outright knowing that they have no clue what they're talking about. And I'm not gonna point out fingers or nothing like that, but there's a whole lot of misinformation floating around right now, and I'm probably gonna reveal a lot of things to you that are gonna change the way you see a lot of the things. Um, Honestly, after listening to some of the things that your guests have said to you, you're going to find that I have the evidence to prove the contrary to pretty much everything that you were told, right?
Wow.
These are the original people that were working the fields. These are the black people of that time.
Really? Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
let me show you, because that term is a European term, Indo-European, right? And so you're dealing with a crossing of languages and a whole lot of things that have been destiny swapped by the stealing of children, to say the least.
No, let me tell you what's crazy. When I grew up, my mom sent me to a Mormon church.
Yeah, I would
I
imagine
went
so.
to a Mormon church, like my mom as a child, like the what are they called? The people, what are they called? The people that come there, the evangelists or whatever they call them, the missionaries would come to my
I
church,
pay
pick me up,
attention. I'm not
and
gonna
take
lie
me
to you.
to
I don't
Mormon.
conform to any of that religious stuff. It's not my
I
ancestry. It's not what I come from.
I just think it's crazy that it comes in a weird full circle because I read the book of Latter day Saints. I read
Well,
the book
okay,
of
here.
Mormon.
Let me help you make sense of something. The reason that in that Mormon book that they tell you that the black people were cursed people and that they were demons and all this other evil stuff about black people that is now turned that is now flopped the reality of it, is due to the fact that the black people were indentured servants that were coming from Great Britain, which are what you now consider to be the Europeans, right? And those indentured servants of that time, the ones that they were sending over here, were people that were prisoners that had committed murder, rape, and all kinds of things, and they were given an extension of somewhat freedom by agreeing to come over here on behalf of Great Britain, right? So your black people during that time were the indentured servants that were coming from Great Britain, which were being sent to the Americas, right? The only Africans that were sent over to this nation were sent to the sugarcane plantations. Everybody that came on the Atlantic slave trade was these black people.
Which were white people.
Exactly, because black means void of color, and it also means the ones that have no law, right? That's civil leader mortuus, dead in the eye of law. Why? Because these were indentured servants that had no rights, because they were prisoners that had been that were given the ability to come over to this land as servants in order to experience a level of being free. So when you hear the Mormon, when you hear Joseph Smith talking about the cursed black men, this is who he's talking about.
Right. But what they did is they reversed it and then they gave us coloring books with black people in it.
Mm-hmm.
And books with
Because
pictures
Great
of white
Britain,
people.
see, there's a lot of history that people don't know about this nation, right? First off, this was the Empire of Haiti. Okay, this was the Empire of Haiti, and we're not
America
defending.
America was
Mm-hmm.
Empire of
Yeah,
Haiti. Okay.
yeah, yeah. Let me show you. It'll just be easier for me to just show you this way than the other way. Look.
I don't know why your camera it was showing up real clear at first, but now it's like kind of pixelated. I don't know why now.
Now,
Yeah, it's like pixelated. It's okay. I don't know why.
see this?
Yes.
That's the Empire of Haiti on the original coins.
That's
That's
19. Okay. Okay.
that was in that was from back in 1977, right? But it's the liberté, not liberty, liberté. All the buildings and all the structures that used to be here were a lot of them had what you now consider to be French, which is Creole, because French is a warped version of Creole that was taught to the people that came over here. It's like a sort of a mix between um, English and Creole. So Creole is the original language of the Haitians. Um, so what you're dealing with is the war of the Ottoman Empire versus the Haitian Empire. That's the real history of the Americas. And what you think is Egyptian is not Egyptian, it's Haitian. What like the you see the Haitians were the ones that were at war with the other side of the world. The Haitians and the Mauritanians. The Mauritanians are what you think are Indians, right? Not to be confused with Native Americans. Right? There's a lot of things about this country that people don't know. Like, for instance, this is the original rebel flag. The
Oh,
original rebel flag belongs to the Haitians and the Mauritanians because it was
so,
part of the Empire
so
of Haiti.
were Haitians more in the lower parts of America, or were they in the east coast of America? Like, what part of America were they in?
The Haitian Empire was all of the tribes of the Americas, the real tribes. See, what you think are the tribes of America right now are names that were given to separate the people.
So, what about the Washita Nation, the Chickasaw, all the different ones that have kind of come up now? All those ones.
uh okay, right. So I'm not fluent in Creole, right? But you'll have to look these words up in Creole in order to know the real meaning behind these words, because these are all Creole words. They're compound words in Creole that are mashed together to get these titles, because they were labeling the types of people that were coming over here on the boats and things. See, everything's been confused in this nation. Like, for instance, the people that you think are Native Americans actually came here on the boats with the rest of the people.
Wow. Okay.
Hidden in there.
Yep. Yeah.
Native Americans are not native to America whatsoever in any way, shape, or form.
So, what about
See,
the Bering Strait story? That's a fake story, or what is that?
okay, so this is the thing. What most people don't recognize about this is you're talking about the purchase of Alaska and Siberia and all these different places from Russia, which was the Ottoman Empire at the time. All of the things that you find on the map right now, every single last one of them is a nation-state republic that was established through the 1900s into the early, like not even all the way into the 2000s, but all the way through the early 1900s was a reset of the entire world. All of these places, France is found in America, Germany's found in America. If you look at the map of the Louisiana Purchase, what you're going to find is all of the names of the places that used to be here, that when they purchased the Louisiana Purchase, they took the names over there across seas. Israel, Pakistan, Palestine, Britain, Germany, France, Italy, Greece. All of these names are nation-state republics that were established from the late 1800s into the mid 1900s. None of those were the names of the land over there. Over there, you had the Ottoman Empire, which basically covered the bottom half of what you consider to be Russia, all the way from the area, from the top of what you consider to be Africa to the middle part of where where Italy's at, like almost all the way through Italy. That whole entire section of land right there was what was known as the Ottoman Empire. Now, the Ottoman Empire has been at war and been conquering the land slowly over here. These are who you think your Moors are. The Moorish Science Temple is not Moors from this land. Those are Moors that came from across the world. Those are what are called the Buar Moors. Here, let me show you real quick.
So the Moors that wear the red fez, are those a specific type of Moor that come from, they say, Morocco?
Okay, so this is the thing. First off, Morocco isn't the real Morocco. That was established by the Spanish and the French. That's not the real Morocco. That's why it's called Morocco. Amaruk is how you pronounce Morocco in the Berber language, which was one of the languages from this land that the Mauritanians spoke. The Mauritanians are what you think the Indians, what you think the original Indians are. Now, the Mauritanians had been divided through the per chase. They were chasing them. It wasn't that they were buying it. It was per chase. These are the compound words that people have been jumbling together to confuse the fuck out of people. And so hold on, let me see if I can, I know I have a picture of the Mauritanians in here from the original seals. Like Florida used to be a third of this country. So let me see. See,
Was there like a map that used to show that Florida was a third of the country?
Yeah. Let me see if I have that too. I probably have it in here somewhere.
And I wanted to go back a little bit to that Joseph Smith story, because it's interesting. Because they say that he had ties to Masonry, and that the whole thing of him like putting his head in the rock or whatever he did, or putting his head underneath a rock, something, whatever that story is, where he put his head underneath some kind of a rock and came out and had the Book of Mormon or something like that. Like that.
Yeah, see, they came up with a whole bunch of really wild stories for things. Okay,
that was like a Masonic ritual that was going on.
Yeah, because the Masons were the ones that Akhenaten set out to change the world over to religious ideology rather than the spirituality that it used to be. Right, like. These were people that got ejected from the Americas due to the fact that they were trying to create religions, which create division, which create a whole bunch of fucking problems for everybody that gets involved into them. You can't even get people that agree with things in the religion that they're in, yet let alone agree with things with people that they're not in religions in. See this? This used to be the official seal of Florida. The Mauritanians.
Wow, and there were buildings there, so that's interesting, right?
Oh, these buildings are still in Florida. They're still there to this day.
And so you would think that these buildings were built by, the slaves of America, but really they were there before they were even. So when
long ago. You were asking about the pyramids the other day because the gentleman that was on your screen had this map behind him, right? I watched about 30 minutes of that. I couldn't deal with those people's conversations. They're so misguided, and it's like the things that they spoke on were just incorrect and false, calling us Native Americans and associating us with them. That was the Know Nothing party that came over on the boats that was under the command of the Ottoman Empire that was here to invade us. So the idea of mixing with them and them being here is false history, like altogether false history. And so I couldn't conform to the things that they were talking about.
So I want to be clear. Joseph Smith, was he white or was he a black guy?
No, he was a black man.
So where did they get the narrative of Joseph Smith being white? How did that come out? Like, how did they switch? How were they able to change that?
Because if you go and look at the census records, everybody that you now consider black was written down as whites, because white is a lawful term that means the landowners. We were the original landowners of this land.
Right. See? So are you a mixture? Are you black? Are you white? Are you mixed? Or what is your?
I'm mixed. I mean, I'm black by all accounts, because you are what your father is. And not for nothing, but I've had that hard R thrown at me my whole entire life, and I've stood on business when it came down to these things. And so, although I do get a lot of guff from it because my mother is Irish, which is white passing, I'm glad that you asked that, because let me just show some things real quick, because you know what, that's something that really needs to be discussed in a serious note, because there's a lot of people that
somebody said that I'm being brainwashed by white supremacists. I'm like, well, that's why I had to bring up, because I think when they heard you say Joseph Smith, they're like, Joseph Smith is white, so he's a white guy that's trying to teach Black history.
Yeah, no, if they had any type of intelligence whatsoever and actually looked into the census records of their own families, they would find that everybody in their families in the 1800s and before that, if they have lineage that far in this nation, was listed as white on the census records. So don't let them run their mouth about things that they've been taught to indoctrinate, because you've been literally taught to war against your own family members, because what you believe to be white people is simply different forms of albinism.
Okay. So when we talk, okay, so let's get into that. So when we talk about Irish, right? Because I have Irish. When I did my DNA, I think I'm like 29% Irish and I think Nordic. What was the significance of Irish in America? Like, why is there such a heavy influence of the Irish in America?
Okay, you have to. Okay, this goes back to the destiny swap of the purchasing of the names of the land and swapping them over across seas. Ireland was part of America. So was Britain, so was France, so was Germany. So all these places were American places. If you let me see if I got that. Let me see if I got the map.
Are you saying that America had an empire at the same time Egypt had an empire?
America was what you would consider Egypt. That place over there is the last standing point of it. We have thousands of pyramids in this country, and most people drive by them every single day and don't even recognize what they're looking at. Now, due to the fact that my father was so adamant about me teaching my brain to store things, he made me learn all of the 50 states in alphabetical order. Now, that came to my advantage a little later on in life, because what I actually did was I searched all of the states for pyramids, state by state. Let me see something real quick.
So are you talking about like the mounds, or are you talking about actual real pyramids?
Mound is just another word for pyramid. So let's see. Now, this is the Mayan stuff. Okay, look, right? Alabama, Arkansas, Colorado, Delaware. That's still Delaware. What state is this? That's still Delaware. Colorado, Georgia, Hawaii, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, Mississippi, Montana, Nebraska, New Jersey. Let's see, you got New Hampshire, North Dakota, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, Oregon, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas.
Can you move your iPad closer? Because we can't. There you go.
Oh, my bad. All right, so basically here, let me go like this. See all these pyramids right here?
Wow.
There's about 46 states in America that have pyramids in them. Now, just for your little white supremacist friend that was saying that I'm a white supremacist, notice how this is my great-great-grandfather, John Wesley Smith.
Wow, okay.
Now, John Wesley Smith was the sheriff and the president of the Bank of Black Wall Street. He was the founder of Black Wall Street. He was the one that started the Underground Railroads in Black Wall Street. And he was responsible for storing the land for all of the civilized tribes that everybody keeps hearing about. So So your little friend that says that I'm a fucking white supremacist, let me tell you something, my guy. I got more blood and ties into this land than you would possibly imagine, including being the heir to over 100,000 acres worth of land in this country that I plan on restoring back to people like this. So you can miss me with the dumb shit, because there's a reason why so many people follow me, and it's not because I'm a piece of shit.
You know, that is one of the things that actually drew me to your content, is that you were talking about the fact that if you go to the BLM, it's not the Black,
the Bureau of Land Management.
Yeah, Bureau of Land Management, that you also people, and I had actually been on different panels, including Brother Sanchez, and I was saying that we need to get our land rights back. I think, no, Chaotic Truth, I said we need to focus on, instead of us trying to get reparations, we are entitled to land. And someone also brought up heirs rights. And then I saw your thing that said about the Bureau of Land Management, because I said, okay, why are we looking for reparations when there is got to be land that we're owed by just inherited, just because we were a part of that time frame? And you brought that up. So can you go into that?
Okay, yeah. So the BLM, the reason that they came up with Black Lives Matter was so that when you go searching for the BLM, you no longer go to the Bureau of Land Management. What you actually end up going to is the Black Lives Matter movement. It was the biggest cover-up that they've done in a long time. The reason behind that is because if you can search through your family records and go back about 2 to 3 generations to the time period of the Trail of Tears, what you're going to find is that you'll be able to find land that's tied to your family members if you can figure out what their names are, which if you use the Mormon family search records, they have the most extensive search records out of everybody. So if you use their search records, you'll be able to find the names of like your great-great-grandparents, because that's what it is. It's 2 generations ago to 3 generations ago. Those 2 generations were the ones that were being shipped through the Trail of Tears. So anybody that is, I hate saying black because I know what it means. It's like, people get so mad at me about that shit, but you don't understand. Calling yourself black means that you don't want any law on your side. That's literally what it means, which is why they taught everybody to conform to being black, so that when people thought that they were black, they would take on the role of the black slave, because the black slaves were the white people that you now think are, God, it's such a tricky way to explain. The black slaves were what you now consider white people. And so by self-proclaiming yourself to be black, you've now abandoned all of the things that you have lawfully in this nation, which moves you away from the ability, because you can't own anything by claiming to be black, because you're telling the law system that you're absent of law. You don't have nothing to do with law, and that you're here to be an indentured servant. So that's why they tricked everybody to.
What do you think about this FBA movement? Do you think that that's a trick or what as well?
I don't pay attention to that shit. Like, to be honest with you, I got better things to do than waste my time on people's nonsense when I'm actually trying to get things done for the people. I don't have time for the games and the gimmicks and the bullshit. I've got way too much going on. I've been teaching people how to get their land back. I've been teaching people how to get their status corrected. I've been teaching people how to get right with the Creator. I've been teaching people how to cleanse their bodies and refuel their systems. I'm too busy doing the things that need to be done to be focused on the distractions that are coming out. Because the whole reason that the distractions are coming out in the first place is because of people like myself that have been waking people up to the truth, making it so that we're the ones draining that swamp. We're the ones that are stopping the corporation from stealing everybody's inheritances. We're the ones that are getting in the way of them keeping everybody stuck in indentured servitude. It's not something that you have time for gimmicks and games and bullshit for.
Wow.
So what people don't understand is that our castles are all around the country. They've just turned them into Ivy League colleges and courthouses and things of that nature, and theaters and things like that. These are the castles that they're talking about when you're talking about the empire.
But you know, Detroit has a lot of those old. Detroit, Michigan has a very like interesting like group like skyline. Some of the most
These were our castles. They've just been repurposed. They weren't built in the 1800s. They weren't built in the 1900s. These buildings are thousands of years old. They've just repurposed them and told everybody, like the White House and shit like that. These are not new age buildings. These are not the type of structures that they have the ability to build. You don't find them anywhere else in the world. You have the ones that are in Egypt that mimic it because that was the last extension of the people. But outside of that, you can't find these buildings anywhere else, not in the mass that they have here, right? Just like the guy that was bringing up the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon has all of the different tribes in it. That's actually the cradle of civilization. That's the real cradle of civilization. Inside the Grand Canyon, you've got the Shiva temple, you've got the Buddha temple, you've got the all the different what you call Egyptian temples, right? These are Haitian temples, but everybody thinks that they're Egyptian and Chinese and all these other names. But if you look into it, the Buddha was not a fucking European. It was not Asian people, right? Look, let me show you something, right? These are some of the American Aborigines. What do they look like? Asians with froze.
yeah, they look like what the like the not what are those people from Fuji and Hawaii and stuff like that, like the blacks of those areas.
What they don't want you to know is that civilization spread out from the Americas. That's why everybody around the world is still trying to come here to this day. It's in their nature to try to come back here. Because the ones that left were exiled due to the fact that, all right, right? You know how I just showed you the albinos and everything like that, right? Imagine the whole world is dark. Imagine the whole entire world is dark at a time, right? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you get random phenotypes that are changing. Somebody pops up with red hair somewhere. Somebody pops up with green eyes somewhere. Somebody pops up with blue eyes somewhere. Somebody pops up with a light-skinnedness to them that you don't see anywhere else. Now, there's two types of people. There's the type of people that were like, this is family. We don't give a fuck if they look different. You know those type of people. And then there was the people that were like, ew, what the fuck is that? And okay, like there's people that were petty about it, and then there was people that didn't give a fuck because it was still family. Family is still family to them. The ones that were petty about it were the ones that got the boot. They got kicked out of the Americas. These are the Moors that they tell you went and civilized the rest of the world. The reason that you have those nations that are Albions, the people that are like blatantly everywhere that you look, everybody's blonde hair, blue eyes, red hair, green eyes, and you know these different type of phenotypes of albinism is because these were all countries that were started off of the people that got because just like there was dark-skinned people that when they saw the light-skinnedness and the different color eyes and things thought that was freakishly weird and demonic and all that kind of stuff, just how they got the boot. There was also people that were albinos that were like, we don't like that we came from you. I don't look like you, so fuck you. Like there was that on both sides, right? And so all of those people that acted like that got the boot. They got sent across the world to other places and started forming their own little countries and shit like that. Like that's how all those other places got formed. Everybody left from the Americas, not people coming to visit Americas. Everybody was getting kicked out. That's why everywhere around the world, everybody was hell-bent on trying to come back and conquer America, and why they all banded together. It took all seven countries coming together over there to be able to actually put a dent in everything that was going on here. That's because of the fact that they were hell-bent on trying to get back to the land that their ancestors had gotten booted from. But the problem is they're all hell bent over there, and they're all war torn. They're all violent. They're all fucking like, you know, you get what I'm saying? If you look over there across seas, you'll notice that the Germans are fighting the Russians are fighting the Iranians are fighting the Iraqis, the British are fighting the Irish are fighting the Italians are fighting the Sicilians. The only people over there that seem to stay to themselves is the Chinese, but even the Chinese are beefing with the Japanese, because everybody that went to these nations was sent there due to the fact that they were unrighteous people. They were ignorant. They were trying to create segregation and problems in the nation, and so that wasn't allowed here. That's why it was the land of the free. You get me? So the thing that people are learning about history is a complete reversal of the history. You have the Ottoman Empire, which has been at war with Haiti for the longest time. That is where you get your Moors from. Here, let me show you what I mean. Because the Ottoman Empire is where your Ashkenazi Jews come from. It's where your Turkish, which are actually Yiddish-speaking Turks. This is where your Turks, your Native Americans, and your Spaniards come from.
Right. Yeah, that's, you do see when they do their DNA, they do have the Ashkenazi strand.
Mm-hmm. These were the people that came back here to conquer. Look, see the little look. There's even a Chinese guy in the background. These are all Ashkenazi Yiddish-speaking Ottomans.
Mm.
See, once the Mauritanians set out around the world to go and teach, how to be clean, because like everybody was living in horrific fucking conditions until they went around the world and started teaching people how to build aqueducts and use soap and shit like that. So the thing was when that happened, they had set up all this religious dogma and bullshit over there, which was how they were able to control all the people and convince the people to war against each other. If you notice, each nation is a part of a religion, but if you look at the top of each one of those religions, it's all ran by the Ashkenazi Jews, which is the Ottoman Empire.
Wow, okay.
The Muslims are ran by the Jews, the Catholics are ran by the Jews, and the Catholics are the ones that gave you the Christian Bible. If you go and look right now, you can pull up the King James Bible. That's what everybody was sent over here on the foundation of, was the King James Bible. The King James Bible is owned by Cambridge. Cambridge is a Catholic printing company that was created by King. It might have been King. I want to say it's King George that created it, because he left the Catholic Church because he wanted to divorce his wife and play with men, and the Catholic Church didn't go for that, so he denounced being Catholic and created Christianity. Let's see Cambridge University, catalyst for the Protestant Reform. So the Christian Bible was not a Christian Bible. That's a book on law. That's the book on banking, international banking, insurance. I forget what the other B is for, but then it's law and equity. I forget what the second B is for in Bible, but that Bible is a law book. Everything in that book is about law. That's why you always have people dealing with the 12, like, you know how Jesus had the 12 disciples and shit. Think about when you go to court. Don't you have 12 people in a jury that witness everything and that judge whether you actually did something?
Yes. Yep. 12. Yeah. And also, yeah. But and we would say people think that came from Egypt because of the reliefs in the pyramids, that was a Egyptian thing. But as you're saying that, no, it's not. Okay.
No, it's Haitian. I can show you that too. Hold on, let me see if I got some of them pictures in here. Like the whole entirety of the history has been flip-flopped. Right? Look, I want to show you something, right? This is called the exotic map of the United States. Now, all these places are still listed in these cities to this day. All of them, including Palestine, Texas, England. You have Sparta, you have Egypt, you have Turkey, you have Lubeck, you have Sweden, Greece, Mexico, right? But Mexico nowadays is somewhere down here, right? Next to Palestine, right? You got Palestine, Texas, where they found the flesh pit. See, the things that they're talking about, biblically speaking, like the original people that were found slaughtered in Palestine, which is the sign that all the stuff needs to come to an end. They weren't talking about Palestine across seas. That wasn't established until the 1900s. Texas is where they found the flesh pit of the original people of the land. So you got Cairo, right? But they want you to believe that Egypt's over there, right? You got Jordan. All the places from the Bible are listed here. You've got Moab, that's in the Bible. Florence, Edmond, Valencia, Malaysia, Sudan, right? All these places are here in the Americas. And they're still listed here in the Americas to this day.
Wow.
So when they got the Louisiana Purchase, I believe that Napoleon was the last one to get his hands on the Louisiana Purchase. The time that they said that he was fighting in Egypt was also the time that you'll find that he was actually in America fighting against the Spanish. Let me show you. So people got everything twisted ass backwards. Right? See, look, this is where your fezzes and things come from, is these scriptures. These are the original scriptures. It's not the stuff that they give you in that book. That book is a warped version of this. The reason that the symbols are so prominent, right? Okay, right? They tell you that in the Bible, death and life are weighed at the scale of the dog.
Right.
The scale of life and death being weighed at the dog. Right? Wherewithal shall man go to be cleansed by the word. The dog represents the word. That's the tongue, the thing that creates the vibrations. That's why he weighs the scales, is because he's controlling the vibrations that are being controlled from the thoughts, created by the thoughts. Everything that you think you know about the things that you think you know is a bold-faced lie. And that's what they don't want people to figure out, because if people actually woke up to who they really were, we'd take this country back from them. The whole reason that the Mormon Church is at war with the United States of America and the black servants is because they were at war with the United States of America for bringing over prisoners as slaves during the time that they were trying to establish their original colonies here. That's what it was really about. Because at that time, we were the ones that ran Congress. The same time that they're trying to convince you that everybody was in whips and chains and slaves.
So there were black congressmen back then.
Even black women.
Were in Congress. Wow.
But they're telling you that they had no rights, that there was no motherfucking. They're like, you understand? Like, do you understand the destiny swap here is serious?
So do you say that the whole like slavery narrative is a false one then?
It was real, but it wasn't us. How is it that we were the enslaved people here if we were running the entire government?
And you know what's interesting is that we also still was running the government until recently when Trump exiled a bunch of black people out of the government. And it's interesting when you actually see, when you go into these government buildings, we're the secretaries, we're the ones kind of running the buildings.
This is from 1868. This is before the 1900s. This was never, it was never the situation that they told you about.
And who's the guy in the middle?
O.J. Dunn, the governor of Louisiana.
So was Louisiana more prominent as like the capital of America or something like that? Why is that so significant? What about, where did Washington, D.C. come into play?
Washington, D.C. didn't come into play until the mid 1900s. It was like the 1930s. Around that time is when Washington, D.C. came into play. Before that, it didn't exist like that. let's see. Because the first president of the corporation that came from Great Britain was what the fuck was his name? It's John something. I forget what his last name is. But he was a black president. Well, white, but you know, like you get what I'm saying.
Right.
That was him. He was the first president of that corporation.
Wait, not the one in the middle, because isn't that
No,
Churchill?
that's no. Where's that? Oh, I'm sorry. It switched pictures on me. My bad.
I was gonna say, who is that? Who is that? Is that Winston Churchill, or who is that person picture of?
I thought I just had it up. Let's see. There's the real Abraham Lincoln. Grover Cleveland, Rutherford B. Hayes, Ulysses S. Grant, Andrew. Oh yeah. Matter of fact, here, let me show you this.
So those are supposed to be who the presidents really were. They were not white.
Mm-hmm. There was a destiny swap. And then when you had, that's why Martin Luther King tried to recant what he was doing at the very end, because he didn't realize what he was doing when he was getting everybody to join the corporation. He didn't realize that what he was doing by going around, it was him and was it Jesse James that started everybody calling each other black? I thought it was James and Martin Luther King. Now let's see, that's the wrong name. His name's not John Tyler. Hold on a second. I have his actual presidential picture in here. But once they started tricking everybody into calling themselves proud black men was when it became easy for them to convince everybody that we were the black people, that we were the slaves, and that was our history. But the word slave itself comes from Slavic. And black comes from blank or blanc. And that's Indo-European. It didn't start being, it didn't start meaning dark-colored people until the mid-1900s, the early 1900s. That's when
Johnson says John Hanson.
Was it Hanson? He might be right.
I think that's a female president.
Nah. Hanson's definitely a man. But I think that's his name, though. I'm pretty sure he's right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
But
I got a lot of things rattling around in here, so you know sometimes.
And also, yeah. So, by the way, the word "black" was adopted in the '60s as a proud, self-chosen identity by African Americans during the Civil Rights and Black Power movements of the 1960s. This shift represented a deliberate move away from the previous labels, embracing self-determined collective identity based on shared history and cultural pride. Before the 60s, other terms were used for people of African descent in America. Early in the American Republic, African was common as seen with the African Methodist Episcopal Church. As after Civil War, colored became prevalent and was used by organizations.
Yeah, but look at when they started African. Look at when they started the African nonsense.
They said the word Negro was widely used from the 18th century through the mid 20th century.
Yeah.
And so its association with slavery and oppression led to its rejection by many.
See,
Stokely Carmichael's was the one who started the black thing and coined the term "black is beautiful."
Yeah. See, these were the ones that were working the fields. These are the black people that were working the fields. It was the stolen children from Great Britain. These were the actual people that were out there working the fields. Everything that you've seen about the slavery and us being African American and coming over on boats and shit, you can check the British records. They tell you flat out the Africans that they brought over here went down to the sugarcane plantations. They didn't come to this area.
Exactly. And I heard about that. They went to the Caribbean first, right? And some of them came to America.
Yeah, they walked up here from the Caribbeans. See, look. They were enslaving their own people.
It's hard to see that because it's like,
Yeah. I got an idea. Hold on. Let me see if this helps. Nah, because then you won't be able to see me if I cut the light off. Hold on. I got some shit for you. Hold on. All right, look, right? Now they've reclassified everything, right? You notice how well the so-called black people are dressed versus the garbs that are given to the servants?
Yes.
But yet they'll tell you, let them tell you, we were the ones that were fucking struggling and shit and all this other shit. But nah, we were chilling. Chilling, looking fly and shit, just motherfucking decked out, fucking chilling. What's the timeline on that? 1890s. Or is that 90s? Yeah,
1899.
1899. But we were slaves, huh?
Wow.
You get what I'm saying? Just think about this for a second. 1890 to 1899. Where you see the slaves at? Where you see the people in whips and chains and shit?
Wow.
Very sophisticated people. Very educated, very well structured, very clean. Meanwhile, take you back to this image one last time. Remember that these were the servants. These were the black people of that time. Because even if you go back and look at what they were calling us back in that time, it was colored. They were calling us colored. So who were the black slaves if we were the colored people? The Negroes, the Indians. Because it went from Mauritanians to it went from Moor to Indian to Negro to black to African American. Oh no, I'm sorry, I lost colored in there somewhere. But that's how things shifted. They kept swapping out the destiny over and over and over again until they completely reversed it. And then since they were stealing all of those children, and the reason that they did this was because when they got caught bringing over the indentured servants and shit, they weren't supposed to bring slaves over here. The whole contract and the whole agreement of them coming and having settlings here was for people to escape that shit across seas. And so what happened was when the Haitians and the Mauritanians found out that they were bringing people over as slaves and they were openly trading women and, you know, raping them and fucking turning them into breeding farms and all this other crazy, horrendous shit, they ended up getting their asses kicked. There's the Gullah Wars. During the Gullah Wars, some of the Africans from down in the sugarcane plantations had made their way free and came up towards the Americas and ended up running into the Haitians, and they ended up banding together and whooping the sleeves out of the fucking British and the Spanish and the Spanish and the French. And so due to that, once they figured that out, the wars between the Spanish and the French, they already had their own wars going between them, because due to the Unam Sanctum, which came out in the 1300s from the original popes, that's when the Pope declared that the Pope position was the Jesus of that time. So it was their duty to submit the whole entire world under their reign. And through that doctrine that they created became the doctrine of discovery after Columbus had came over here. And actually, he was actually a black man. It wasn't that he had a black man on his ship. It's that Columbus himself was named Cristobal Columbus. Shit, where'd it go? That's him right there. Hold on. Let me get rid of this little box right here. That's Cristobal Columbus. Now the thing was that he was able to talk to the Haitians and everybody like that. Like he was able to start talking with them, and discovering that we had this great empire over here and shit like that. And so what people don't know about his story is that when he went back over to those lands and told them about the lands, he actually tried to stop them from coming here, which ended up with them hanging him after they put him in jail over there, because he was trying to persuade them not to come here after he had sent the messages and shit telling them that it would be easy to conquer the people because they were nice and stuff like that. He actually started enjoying himself and tried to stop them coming over here, because he found out that they were going to send fleets, like massive numbers of people over here to fuck everything up. And so when he tried to do that, they ended up throwing him in jail and hanging him for trying to help the shit out.
Wow, how come we don't ever hear this story?
Well, because if you found these things out, this would rewrite the little fake ass history that they gave. You got to understand, we were never supposed to be in their public schools. We weren't supposed to hear the stories that they were giving to their slaves to trick them into thinking that they had a better life than they did.
Wow. Okay.
Think about it for a minute. They convinced all of them that they came over here and conquered a bunch of shit, when really it was some underhanded dealings that took place and a whole bunch of espionage and shit that actually got them over here. We have contracts that we gave to them that gave them the ability to come here in the first place. But when you went to public school, all you heard was, oh yeah, they came over here, there was a bunch of Indians here and they just stomped the mud hole and everybody and took everything over, and now all the fucking white people are special and they're protected by the system, and black people were the enemy and da da da. We weren't never supposed to hear none of that shit. That was to make their slaves feel like they were empowered, so that they would do their work without a need of whip and chains.
So we had our own schools back in that time. Were we teaching the same history, or did we have a different history?
That's all fake history. If you would have had the chance to talk to like your great grandparents, they would have been like, "What the fuck are you talking about, African?" What do you mean fucking African? I got to meet my great grandmother before she passed. She passed in 98 or 99. I got to meet her. I was born in 83, so I got to meet her in the early 90s when I was like 6 or 7 years old, and I'll never forget it. She was beautiful. She was dark skinned, copper tone, had fucking long black hair that went down to her fucking ankles, and all I remember about the conversations that we had, because I only got to meet her one time, and she was like, "Look, you don't let them convince you that you're an Indian, that you're an African. You're not an African. You're an Indian." Now, I can get my grandmother on the phone and she'll verify that we were Indians. Now, my father, he fell for the whole African American thing, because that was during the timeline that was when he was attending those public schools and shit. He got taught that was around the time that he was born, was when they started teaching that whole narrative, right? So it's almost impossible to convince my father that we were Indians. Before he had passed, that was something that he never accepted. But my grandmother, she stands on that business to this day. She's still alive. My grandmother's 88 years old now. Now, she'll tell you flat out, no, we were Indians, and we're not from Africa. There's nothing in our family that has anything to do with Africa. Even my great-great-grandfather. Now, my great-great-grandfather was one of the original Irishmen. He was a black Irishman and a real Jew. He had the little hat that they wear and everything. He was a real Jew, not these Jewish people. All right, these are replacement people that come from the Ottoman Empire. Okay, they create religion. He didn't do religion. He was spiritual. Now, my grandmother, she had been indoctrinated into the Christianity, because that's what they were pushing at the time when she was a little kid, was the Christianity. And my great-great-grandmother, considering the fact that most of her family, because she came from a family of like 12 people, but only her, I think it was her and her sister, if I remember correctly, that had survived the Trail of Tears. So only they had survived that shit. And so in order to be safe during that time when they had all of that shit going on, People were conforming into like their different religions and all that bullshit they were creating just to save their families. That's how you have them converting into it, was because they just wanted to save their families. Like, you know, imagine growing up in a family of 12, having like a giant tribe and everything like that, and then you get reduced down to just you and your fucking sister during some big ass war that's going on when people are trying to steal your shit. You get what I'm saying? So the conversion into Christianity was done out of the last resort to try to preserve the bloodline.
So there's a lot of talk also about the Tartarian Empire, and if you get into spirituality, I heard that there was a lot of bells that got buried. Why do you think? What was the significance of that empire and the spiritual aspect? Because a lot of these buildings have vibration, like these churches, they got these organs and stuff like that in them that have like the certain vibration that's going on, you know.
Okay, right. So frequency and vibration. You have to understand that the church is not a church. That was a hospital. That's number one. Those were not churches. Those were not religious buildings. Those were hospitals that people went to get real healing done. The stained glass windows should not be there. There should not be any glass in those windows. It should be knocked out, because the windows themselves are created in sacred geometry, which gives the light that passes through it a different kind of rotation to it, putting it into a more hyper-focused focal point of energy. And that's why you have an altar in the church. Like the people that were the most sick would go to the altar. The organs were called organs because it literally was something that was created to adjust your organs. It was something that would cleanse you from the inside out. Bells, right? Okay, first off, parasites. I mean, demons. The things in the Bible called demons. These are parasites. That it's parasites that you get from food and things like that. That's why they tell you to ring the bell to get rid of the fucking demons and stuff like that. All that hocus pocus shit they made up afterwards. The truth of it is the bells would scramble the energy and kill the parasites. If you look nowadays, they'll have like frequency devices to nuke parasites and shit like that. That's the same concept you have with the bells, the altar, and the organs that we're playing. That's why it would play in the synchronicities that it was creating, because what that is that's a form of frequency healing. If you go inside of the Catholic churches right now, the booths that they changed into confession booths, those are chambers that are made to resonate the energy that goes into them. It's not that it's somewhere that you're not hearing people and shit like that. If you notice, each one of those chambers has a very specific sacred geometry shape on the doors and on the windows of that chamber. Now, because they put up the metal in between the shit and took all the bells out of it, and you know, they sing things in a different octave than what they used to, you don't get those same effects anymore. You still get altered in those buildings, but it's not in the same manner. It's the reversal of it. So that's why people that go into church get addicted to the church, but they always see demons and devils and all these horrific things, because what's happening is they're getting reprogrammed on a subatomic level. It's going in there where all the energy is being focused into the church, and then hearing about negative things at the same time. So you're restructuring DNA to be drawn towards these negative things, because they're getting a good feeling while hearing about bad things. So it's training them subconsciously to search for bad things. That's why all the people in the church are possessed. If you say something that a person in the church doesn't like, what's the first thing they tell you? Oh, you're possessed by a demon. The world is ran by the devil and everybody's living in hell and all this crazy nonsense. But that's because that's what they're addicted to. That's what they're possessed by. That's a form of possession. Anything that you give your mind over to is a form of possession. And so they conform to demons and devils more than they conform to anything else. Because the Bible, the way that it was restructured, when they changed it into a religious book, they make it so that you learn of duality. They make it so that every time that you think of something good, you're also thinking of something bad on the other end. You can't think of Jesus without thinking of the devil. You can't think of angels without thinking of demons. You can't think of God without or heaven without thinking of hell. You get what I'm saying? So these are all things that are being programmed subconsciously and on a genetic level that's being buried deep into their coding to make it so that anytime that they have a positive thought, it's subconsciously followed by, oh, there must be a demon coming. There must be a monster coming. There must be this. Like, it's damaging them on an internal level, and they don't even recognize it. As a matter of fact, here, I'm going to show you something since we're on that subject.
And that's interesting to say that those churches were not actual churches; they were actually hospitals. That
Mm-hmm.
people use sound and resonance as well as light and everything like this to heal people. The altar was actually meant to what, alter your DNA or alter your situation. The bells of
The
the church.
altar was where you would go if you had a heavy ailment. That's what. Okay, right. For your people in the chat and stuff like that, if any of them have been to the church, right, or if you've been to the church yourself, right, you ever see where they call their new members up to the altar, and when they go up to the altar, some of the people pass out. Some of them seem to shake and convulse when the preacher touches them and shit like that. You ever seen those type of things?
Yes.
Okay, now you understand why. Imagine your body having a massive amount of energy pumped into it to where it's literally to the point to where everything is being fucking just zapped, right? And then all of a sudden a physical contact comes on top of that. It's a complete override of your system. I experienced it once when I was a little kid because I went up there. I went up there because I had a friend that was a pastor that would take me to his church and stuff. And I went up there to like, I don't remember what it's called when you get welcomed into the church, but I went up there and the preacher touched me on my fucking head and my sound went blank, my vision went blank, my whole fucking shit went blank. And I was like, oh, what the hell was that? It's like, what was this? I always thought that everybody was fucking playing around when they went up there and did that shit, but I experienced that shit myself, so I know exactly what it. But now as an adult, after studying the things that I study, I know exactly what it was. Your system was already being reset from being in the place of the altar, and as it was being reset, somebody coming up and touching you is a complete override of your senses. Like, it's all, your whole system's already going through a fucking biological change on a subatomic level when you're standing on that altar. That's why it's called an altar. To have somebody touch you during that is a fuck to your system, because it's way too much. Like, it's already enough with all the energy, and then a physical touch on top of it, it basically shorts you out.
You know what? And especially if they all are praying with you, praying and stuff like that, combining that, and then they have the music
It's not
going.
the prayer itself. They're taught that it's the prayer that makes them feel like that. It's not the prayer itself. It's the sound resonance in the building and the multitude of voices that come together. That's what it is it's resonating the sound around the building, keeping it in a circulation, because that's what those buildings are made for. They're made for sound resonance, because that's how you heal. So when you have a whole bunch of people chanting, when you have the choir on the stage singing, when you have the instruments playing and the bells ringing and all that shit, it's the overwhelming amount of sound resonance that's taking place. And so when you touch somebody like that, it's just like a complete override to your system. Like, you can't even escape that shit. That's why I walk past the church when they're doing all these their little ceremonies and their seances and all that bullshit, and you'll see when they're doing their singing and stuff like that. If you walk past the right church, you'll be able to see the whole doors vibrate. You ever seen those videos where the doors are vibrating on the fucking church and shit like that?
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh, you're gonna have to look into that. But basically, it's the amount of energy that's in the building. It's like a subwoofer going off.
Wow. I gotta look that up. Churches with church doors vibrating when a service is going on.
Mm-hmm. They'll be in there singing and playing their instruments and playing their organs and stuff, and the fucking whole building will be vibrating because it's a sound resonance building. Hold on, I'm trying to get to this point real quick. Where is it?
And then I heard that they purposely broke all the bells and had them all buried at some point. I don't know what that's about, but I heard that
Well, yeah, because if the bells were going off, you wouldn't have any parasites in your body, and your body would be getting restructured every day on a regular basis. You'd never get sick if the bells were still there. You would never get sick.
You know what? They replaced because I remember in my old town in Ohio, you would always hear that Catholic church bell go off like every day at 12 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And now you hear a siren. You hear them test out the tornado sirens where I'm at now.
Yeah, they took that shit out because it was a healing device. Because you got to remember, if you look at all the buildings that were still remaining, right? You still got all the Tartarian buildings around the country that have all those fireplaces that they never burnt anything in. The reason behind that was because what sat at top of that was a mercury weather vane that when the bells rung, it would send out the energy and that would hit that weather vane. And if you ever watch a video of what happens when you spin mercury, right? Watch a video of what happens when you spin mercury. When mercury starts spinning in a fast pace, it creates an AC charge. It creates an electrical current. So when the weather vanes would spin with the mercury on them from the wind, and then you have the bell going off at the same time, you're now creating a vortex above the chimney. So that pulls the energy that pulls all the ether out of the air that's coming through the top of the chimney and shoots it through the house. People were being healed in their houses when the bells were going off. Where is this? Where is that page I made? I'm trying to find something for you because it's right on this subject and I want to show it to you. It's one of the pages I made for my little study groups. Back this out a little bit. Go to albums and go down to my stuff. All right. Okay, so all right. Here, let me show you something real quick.
Oh, peace, Ali of it, Ben, and Ali, AI Med Spa. Precious Thompson still here. I'm just saying peace to the people in the chat. We're here just discussing, like we went into history of America, of like Black people in America, and then we're getting into the spirituality that was actually taken from the people and converted into something different. And so now some of the actual tools that we had, the healing tools that we had, and how they were taken over as well.
All right, check this out. I'm going to show you this. Right? Okay, right. So Masaru Emoto, the doctor, right? He studied the words and the frequencies that they create in water. See that? Yeah. Now, if you notice, when you're having positives, you have complete structures that are, you notice some of these symbols like your stars and things like that, right? These are all positives. Love, peace, let's see, love, peace, wisdom, truth, and eternal, right? These are all the positive results of the things that were spoken into the water, right? Now, if you notice, when you start getting negative, right, you start creating pollution in the waters, right? These are evil thoughts over here. Now, if you notice the evil thoughts, I want you to see. Oh, wait, hold on. I got to bring you up the whole chart. Hold on a second. My bad, yo. I got to bring up the whole chart to show you this.
Yeah, yes. So he actually broke down the Mormon church, and that actually Mormon really came from, it was actually from the Moors, and that Joseph Smith was actually a Black man, and he's actually related to the family. His great grandfather was the brother of Joseph Smith.
Great grandfather.
Great grandfather. So he's breaking down. He broke down the origins of America, where we really came from. That America at one point was Haiti. Now we're getting into the Tartarian Empire and how I'm gonna drop the link for you, Lone Wolf. Come on up. I think he might know some of the things that you're talking about and be able to help expound on some of that thing. But yeah, like he's talking about like even like how this whole structure of things, like there's a big misunderstanding about how we really think that history has been pretty much taken away. The true history, it's almost like we're like what is the word that you used again? Where they replaced the what was
Oh,
the
it's a
word?
destiny swap.
It's a destiny swap. They did a destiny swap. So the people that we think are black are white, and the people that we think are white were
Well,
landowners.
they're
And
telling you they're Moors. They should know that we're white people, not black people.
right, right. Well, no, Lone Wolf. I'm not sure if he considers himself a Moor, but I know he's
I
from.
thought you were talking to somebody that had a Moorish title. My bad.
Oh, okay, yeah. Now he I think he is part of like the Chinook tribe or something, the Shinnecock Indians or something like that. Native.
All right, so check this out, right? Let me show you something. I want you to recognize some things here before we move forward, right? If you notice, right, you see how evil looks right here?
Yes.
Okay. You notice how angel looks very similar?
Right.
Why do you think that is? Because this is holy water. That's what you're looking at right there is a perfect example of holy water.
Mm.
The reason that it's called holy water is because you're learning duality in the church, right? And so, like I said earlier, when you think of an angel, you're going to think of what? A demon. When you think of heaven, you're going to think of hell. When you think of God, you're going to think of the devil. When you think of Jesus, you're going to think of the devil, right? So subconsciously, and this is taking over the water in all of these people's bodies. If you notice the people that are in the church, once you get them going, they can only say about 5 things. Okay, they can only say about 5 things, and I'm going to show you why that is scientifically. You see, your water in your body is what stores your memory. It's not stored in your brain. Your brain just processes everything and delivers instructions to all of your organs and things. The memory itself is stored in the water of the body. So this is the whole entire reason that you don't want to get taught to have negative thoughts about people, right? This is why you don't want to be taught things like karma. This is why you don't want to be sitting there getting pissed off at people, right? Because your body is energy. Energy needs to conduct on a smooth level, right? So the thing is when you start thinking, "Ooh, that piece of shit, that motherfucker," and you're starting to beat yourself in the head with all these negative thoughts, what you're doing is you're breaking the water in your own body. And when you boil that down to the reality of things, right, the cerebral spinal fluid is H3O2. It's structured water. It's not like H2O. All right, the water that's in your body is not H2O. It's H3O2. Okay, it's highly structured. So the thing is this is where all the memories carry. You ever notice how when you get mad at somebody, how you can calm yourself down, and then over time it just seems to resurface and come back?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then they say it's on your mind. They mean that literally, because your cerebral spinal fluid, right? This is why your memories, your bad memories, will disappear for a certain amount of time and then resurface into your thoughts. Is because it's traveling through your body and then returning back to your brain. So what happens, right, is if you notice, right, when you start to get upset about something, it happens very quickly. And then as soon as you get upset about it, the first thing that disappears is your hunger, right? First, your hunger goes because your body's starting to short circuit. After your hunger disappears, you start to build up headaches because your water is being split. It's going from H3O2 to H2O. That's why when you cry, you have salty tears. Because when it separates from the H3O2, it's taking the sodium and separating it from the water, breaking the conductivity of the water. So now your body is on short circuit mode, right? So now when you're having these negative thoughts, if you sit there and dwell on them for too long, what happens? You go through a thing called depression if you don't cry, right? You ever noticed how when you cry, you actually start to feel better physically?
Yes.
You ever pay attention to that? Like if you feel like you have to cry and you don't, you go through this thing called depression. And you sit there and those memories and those thoughts just start replaying over and over and over again because they're traveling through your system and resurfacing. The more they travel through your system, the less your body works. This is why when you're upset about something for too long of a period of time, you end up laying on your fucking couch stuck with no hunger, no will to move, the want to get up, but you can't move. And all you can sit there and do is think about that negative thing until you get to a point where you either break down and fucking cry or your system completely crashes out and you sleep it off.
Wow.
That's because you literally destroyed the conductivity in your body to a point to where you have to go into rest mode to recuperate from it. Now, you can fix these things naturally. You can ground yourself, which will restructure the water, do some sun gazing, and that'll refuel your energy because your sun gazing actually fuels your endocrine system from the inside out. Your endocrine system is what restructures the brain. It gives you dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, ATP production. It gives you fucking everything that you need to reset your system naturally. You can get rid of ADHD. You can get rid of any disease in your body simply by taking your shoes off, grounding yourself, and staring at the sun. Now, they tell you not to do this because of these effects, right? Because if you are actually grounding yourself and sun gazing, which if you haven't done it in a long time, I do not recommend going out there and just opening your fucking eyes because you got to work your way up to this shit. I personally can stare at the sun for like an hour and a half. I mean, I could probably go longer than that, but that's like the longest time period that I've just stood there staring at the sun. And I mean eyes open looking at the shit. So you're not going to sit here and tell me that you're going to go blind. If you're having problems with it, that means that you need to fix the way that you need to go through a serious detox because that means that your body's full of too many metals and toxins. Okay? Now, if you realize it takes about 20-something years for them to shut your system down with all the chemicals and the food and the water and the air and shit like that. All through your teen years, your mind is still somewhat working. It's just getting slower and slower and slower and slower. But by the time you're like 20 years old, they've shut off your ability to absorb information and for your body to operate properly because of all the chemicals and shit that you've ingested. So 1 year of cleansing, fasting, eating an apple a day, living off of watermelon for months on end, water fasting for weeks on end and things like that while you're doing your grounding process and doing your sun gazing. 1 year of that will completely reset your system to where you don't have to worry about that shit. You got at least like another 20 years before it's going to get real serious. Okay. So the thing is that it's difficult to do it first. Like it's really difficult because your body is full of so many parasites right now. That's what the bells are for. The bells, when they ring, that high pitched resonance that they create actually nukes the parasites that are in your system. You can get rid of your parasites just by listening to certain frequencies. It's called blue noise, not gray noise, not fucking white noise. That shit's not fucking healthy. The blue noise is that what is it? I want to say it's 126 hertz, I think, is blue. But now that's a sequence of 9. Okay. Now the thing is that when you have this, you need a high pitch frequency and a low pitch frequency. You'll find this, you can do this just by listening to classical music. That's like Beethoven, Bach, Mozart, Wolfsbane, these type of things. These type of things will actually stimulate your mind properly and they'll kill off the parasites in them. See, Beethoven being blind, what he was doing was playing things that felt healthy. You get what I'm saying? It felt healthy to him. That's how he was structuring his music, was what felt good. Because everything that he was playing was off of frequencies and vibrations. So if you listen to his old symphonies and things like that, you'll find that when you listen to him, it'll calm you. And it'll feel like you'll feel a certain resonance if you listen to it on headphones. But don't do it with like wireless headphones. You need to do it with the ones with the wire on it. Because otherwise you're going to get distortion. But so the thing is that when you're in the church, they're learning about demons and devils and monsters, and so they get their whole bodies broken. This is why people in the church get sick more than anybody else. They have the worst diseases out of everybody, and it's everybody in the church. Nobody in the church really survives to old age if they consistently go to church. They're not going to last more than like 40 or 50 years before they start having serious problems with their body, because the whole time that they're in the church, they're having the bells play, the instruments play, the songs that they're singing. They're having that sound resonance take place while they're hearing about evil things. And so what they're actually doing is crystallizing these broken structures in their water. Now, you can't get a person in the church to go and sun gaze. They tell you you're a pagan. You can't get a person in the church to go outside and take their shoes off and ground themselves, but yet they think that they follow the instructions of the Bible. But Moses taught you to fucking do that shit himself. Just the story of Moses, where he goes up on the mountain and God tells him, hey, take your shoes off. This is a fucking sacred place. What did Moses have to do? He had to take his shoes off and sit there before he was able to receive the message. What is that? That's a cleansing process. That's osmosis. It's a cleansing process. It has nothing to do with the stories that they're telling you about, because Moses is in the book of Genesis. Onto Genesis is the developmental growth of your one-celled organism when it divides into two. Everything that you go through a growing process in life is called ontogenesis. So the story of Genesis, the gene of Isis, right? Because before it was Jesus, it was Isis on the Bible. If you pull back the 1599 Geneva Bible and you go and look, it's our Lord Isis Christ. Because Isis, being feminine, that has to deal with the transfer of energy. Female has to deal with the transfer of energy. That's why there's two of them. That's why it's external, because it's not internal, it's external. The two females, you have negative and positive. You have good and bad. That's what this is. That's what this represents right here. These two create this. This is the foundation of the thought that comes from your temple. Right? So you have your heart here. You have the solidified thought that enters the body. Right? You have your internal voice. And then next to that, you have the dog, which represents the tongue. Right? Wherewithal shall man be led by the word to be cleansed. Right? You have the dog weighing and operating the scales. The feather represents the physical. The physical is it's muscle, it's action, it's the physical world. That's what the feather represents, is muscles. Look, matter of fact, here, I'll show you just so you can see it. Which feather is that? Hold on a second. Let me get a muscle chart up for you so you can see it for real. These are the muscles of the body. You see the feather? You see your chalice? You see your dragon's tail, your pillars. Okay, these are what your muscles look like. That feather right there represents action. It's muscles. Okay. No, it's not yin and yang. That's duality. There is no yin and yang. They're both one and the same. It's two of the same thing. That's why the two colors match up. So what you have here is the monkey. Right, hold on, let me show you. The monkey, so the thoughts. Is that mine echoing like that?
No, that was me. That was me.
Okay, I'm just double checking. I didn't know if I had to press a button or something. Where's Thoth? See? The monkey is your midbrain. None of that stuff behind you has to deal with gods. That's all that bullshit that they feed you so that you can't read it properly. The monkey is your midbrain. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Okay? So the monkey sits atop the scales, because the scales is right here. This is your scales. It's your spine, the brain, and your clavicle. The holders are your shoulders. These are the holders of life and death, is the shoulders. Okay, so you have your actions, your thoughts, your words, and your intention is the heart. Okay, the heart is your intent. Here, let me move this shit so I can show you. Get these pillows out the way. All right, right. So look, right. So you have your emotions, which are external, because you don't control your emotions. You react to your emotions. Okay. So your emotions are external. Your heart is your intention. This is your inner dialect. This is your word versus the things that you're going through. Okay. That's why your emotions are behind you. Okay, they're all still connected by the base, right? Because these are the foundation of the things that you and hold internally. Okay, this right here, this little box right here, this is your temple. Your temple is where your thoughts come from. So you have a bird with a man's head on it, representing the thoughts. Okay, this has nothing to do with the con, the bond, no. Tell them people shut the fuck up. They don't know what they're talking about. This is the foundation of these thoughts. Okay, this is when those thoughts become solidified in your mind, which is why there's an extraction process taking place here. He's extracting the thoughts to determine the balance of how the action is going to play out from the things that you have in your heart. So what you have here is your past affecting the present, making the future go in specific waves, different directions. This is the frequency that's created by the intentions that are given by the mind when it comes to the things that you experience externally, right? Because everything that's external then becomes internalized, making it so that your balance is in the hanging of the emotions that you have off the things that you witness.
Hey, and
So,
real quick, I know you're breaking it down, and I still want to, because you're breaking this down, but I wanted to clarify. You didn't say Christianity is related to shorter lives. You're mainly talking about the building itself and how people are in a building that is resonating a sound. While they're hearing this positive sound, they're also hearing negative vibrations and words. And now we're getting into, so that's going into sound vibration. So we're not having a surface level conversation here. We're having a in-depth conversation about sound vibration and how these buildings were not meant to just be a church. They're meant to be hospitals at that time. And that these particular buildings were meant to heal people. People went there to be healed. And the actual, if you go into older churches, they had these specific type of organs. And why are they called organs? Because they actually worked with the organs of the body. The altar was a place that people went to get, that were very sick, and they would go up there to get healed. However, the current state of the church is that while you are getting healed, you're also hearing the pastor discussing negative things, even though at the end he might bring it all together into a positive thing. Um,
it's
that
never positive. There's no way to spin it positively in the church because everything that they teach you in the church is good and bad, which is all false. A lot of people, okay, oh man, you're going to make me get into it. Okay, look. If you've studied the Bible, you know that there's heaven on earth. It tells you that you're supposed to experience heaven on earth in a life of abundance. But if you also study the Bible, it also tells you that there's hell on earth and it's ran by the devil and all this other nonsense. These are things that got added into the Bible. Okay. I'll give you an example, right? Now, a lot of you might be confused by what I'm saying right now because you'll look around and you look at the current situation of the world right now, right? And when you're looking at the current situation of the world right now, tell the truth. You're bothered by the things that you see. You're like, nah, this is definitely hell. It's definitely this prison, and this is our training grounds, and this is our school, and this is our that, and this is our that. You don't know God, is what that boils down to. You don't know the Creator because you don't understand heaven when it's right in front of you. And the reason I say this, right, is because you've been trained on this idea of duality. You've been trained on this idea of good and bad. And so you're weighing things out and judging things that you have no place judging. And yes, I know that there's things that you see and things that you know about that hurts your heart when you witness them, right? But the question that you should be asking yourself is, where's your appreciation for not having to experience it yourself?
Wow. Okay.
Everybody misses that part, right? Nobody gets to see heaven for what it is, and it's very sad. Like, it's a very sad thing how many people think that we live in hell right now, when they're given all of the examples that you could possibly need to see all the horrific things that you could be going through. Meanwhile, you wake up every day mad about the things that you don't have, but you have more things than all the other people that you see that don't. Meanwhile, you're not the one that's getting your fingernails pulled out. Meanwhile, it's not your child that's having SA happen to them. It's not your fucking family member that's being brutalized and ripped to pieces by an animal. It's not you that's having to physically experience any of these things, but you can't recognize that. All you guys are focused on mainly is, oh, that's horrific over there. That's fucking terrible. This is a terrible place. Where's your appreciation for it not being you? How bad do things have to get for you to realize that you're in heaven before you realize that you're in heaven is the question, because the hell that's going on is generally created because of the fact that everybody keeps overlooking the fact that they're not going through it. You're given a million examples every day of what hell looks like, and you don't experience it, but yet you can't acknowledge the fact that you're in heaven. Why? Because you're taught that you need more than what you have. You were nothing at a point. Literally nothing. Nothing but a thought. You had no physical body. You didn't have the ability to feel feelings. You didn't have the ability to see things in front of you. You didn't have the ability to hear. You had nothing. And yet, now that you've been given everything that you need to be able to experience this, you can't enjoy the fact that you can move your fingers. You can't enjoy the fact that you have the ability to take this breath. You can't enjoy the fact that you have a roof over your head, a car to sleep in, a box to lay on top of. You can't appreciate none of these things. You just want to keep focusing on everything else and telling the creator how bad the world is.
And you know what? It seemed like that bad thing out there is to show you that, listen, you are, blessed. It could be.
How far do things have to go before you're happy about what you actually have?
Wow. And do you think that this is like a thing where it is pumped into our society to constantly focus on the negative? And why do you think that is?
Well, look around you. How many people do you know that think like this?
Well, me personally, I don't.
Most of the public wakes up bothered on a regular basis. Look at your news feed. There's nothing but people trying to sell their bodies to get fucking money. There's nothing but people regurgitating horrendous acts in order to try to convince other people to be upset about it. Everybody's running towards misery. Full on convinced that they're in hell, making it for themselves.
And when you break down this whole break down the body, this is what it seems like, is that you're in control of it all anyway.
100%.
Everything that you're experiencing is really under your control. And as you break down this relief in the back of you, it's all in the mind. And what do they say? All is mind, correct?
Mm-hmm. The all is mind, and the mind is mental, and all is in the mind.
And the mind controls all the functions that you see back there. When you speak, what does it say? What does it say right there? It has a thought. Then there is the inward dialogue, and then there is the action that comes, and then that's how the body is controlled from that point.
Mm-hmm. Most of you fight yourselves on a regular basis. Right now, a perfect example. Women are a little bit fucked in this department just as much as men are, but it's a little more apparent with women because you guys wear makeup, alter your bodies on a regular basis to try to make it fit what society tries to tell you. That's misery. That's a blatant showing of it. Men, men are pretty much the same way. They dress the way they like. Okay, right? Like I have SpongeBob socks. Most men my age would never. They would never. They would be too embarrassed. I go outside wearing pajamas with cartoon characters on them. Most people would never. They're too embarrassed. Men don't get to enjoy things, and women don't get to enjoy themselves. It's subconsciously programmed into everybody right now. Everybody's terrified to be authentic. Everybody's trying to fit into an image that they're told that they have to fit into. It's hell. Nobody's comfortable just being themselves these days. It's very rare that I find somebody that's comfortable being themselves. Most of the people look at them like they're crazy. The only thing that you can be is genuine. Everything else beyond that is you fighting against your own creation. Trying to conform to everything around you when everything around you is affected by the way that you do things is ass backwards. When you go outside and you're happy and you're smiling, everybody's happy and smiling back towards you. When you go outside and you're pissed off and have a scowl on your face, everybody tries to fucking avoid you, and the world moves around you. But you try to conform yourself to the world. Every day when you guys wake up, you know, when you were a little kid, you guys all had some type of envisionment of you being the hero, of you being the fixer, of you being the person that's fixing things and changing things. How can you do that if you're conforming to everything that's broken?
You got to step outside that box, yeah. But that's all because of like the system has
But
kind
you're
of
not comfortable. That's the part that I don't get is people live inside that box, but they're uncomfortable inside that box, but they won't be themselves. Everybody's worried about people. Oh, they'll judge me. They'll stay away from me. They'll this and that. How many people are really around you now? Didn't they judge you and move away from you anyway, even when you tried to conform to their shit?
yeah, yep.
Everybody's afraid to be themselves. I can't say everybody. The majority of people are afraid to be themselves. They all want to fit into that perfect image that society's got painted, and none of them fit it because it's an impossible image.
So when you talk about these things that would became religion, and then you break it down from a spiritual aspect, one thing I understand about spirit is it does not only focus on the like the hocus pocus of it all, but it also involves health, the body, you know, being sound, you know, what they call holistically, you know, mind, body, soul, everything. That's what I would
All
say
right.
that spirituality is, because if you actually go into Asian spirituality, African spirituality, also Native American, like the Indians and different people like that, their spirituality also encompass healing practices.
Okay, let me throw you a loop on this one. Okay, right. So they tell you have to eat X, Y, and Z in order to cleanse your body, and then you have to stay on this. Everybody right now is on the vegan kick. Okay, so explain the Buddhist monks.
What do they eat? Nothing.
All kinds of fucking animals. Everything that fucking Chinese people eat. They don't stop eating what everybody else is eating, but somehow you're going to try to convince me that I have to eat a specific thing to be a specific way. It's intent, it's ideology, it's the things that you think. Once you realize, see, this is the thing, right? Duality is a training tool. The Hermetic principles, training tool. Learning to eat correct, training tool. Learning what to drink, training tool. Learning how to breathe, training tool. Learning how to think. Most people are worried about spells, right? Casting spells with the words that they say. Oh, grand rising. Oh, hi instead of hello, and da, 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 da. Okay, well, guess what? You're still performing the same fuck shit. If you're the creator in the flesh and everything revolves around you, why do you have to change things in order for you to be better? What do you need crystals for? Your energy. All you do is cycle and recycle energy all the time. What do you need a crystal for? You don't know how to control that? See, it's all these ideas that everybody's teaching everybody. Why do you think it's unlocking the kingdom?
Right.
All of these things that you're talking about are physical representations to prepare your mind mentally to be in control. Each one of them leads you to a different step. Each one of them leads you to a different way to understand things. But once you truly understand things, you don't need to do any of those things.
You know what's the crazy part of it? I got initiated as a priest in Ifa, right? And you know what happened once I got my initiation?
Hmm.
You know what they told me? The secret of it all is
Ah,
that you already knew it, you just didn't listen. Everything that you've ever been through in your life, you were told, you just didn't listen. And so even initiation is a certain level of a training. Like, okay, you go through this whole thing and it makes you kind of hyper focus on certain like thing and change your mind, almost like when you go into basic training, right? And at the end of the basic training, you find out that all everything, because you look at, because I was in the military, right? You look at this TI as he is like this evil, like mean person everybody should be afraid of. But then toward the end, he reveals himself to be just a regular person that actually is actually a cool guy. Same thing happens with these initiations, all these different like schools of thought, is that even when you talk about crystals, up until a certain point, you need to use the crystals until you learn how to channel that energy yourself.
well,
But crystals can't help though, I ain't gonna lie.
this is the thing, right? All of the things that you're taught to use to get you to the point to where you accept who you truly are things that are stepping stones to get you there. But once you realize that the only thing that makes those things work in the first place is your intent going into it, and the idea going into it from you itself is the very thing that then becomes the trap that stops you from using it properly. Because if you're God in the flesh, why the fuck are you conforming to what other men are telling you is what it is? And how do you have control if you're listening to what everybody's telling you is necessary to do this and that? That's you making it so that you have to do this and that in order to be who you are. That's not you being you. Just think about that for a second. If I tell you, okay, if you really want to be spiritual and you want to unlock your powers and you want to this and you want to that, you have to hold this cap in your hand every single day. Right? How long are you going to hold that cap in your hand every single day to get to being who you are before you realize who you are, so that means that you don't need that cap anymore? If you're the thing that is the main source of the energy that's controlling this, that all the energies flow through, why do you need something else to control your own energy if that's also a part of you? Gimmicks, tools, physical tools to help you realize mentally.
Well, isn't that what they kind of do in martial arts? They start you off to like to give you tools initially, and then you eventually used to learn how to work without those tools. I mean, with anything, even when you're like skating, right? If you want to learn how to skate, they start off with training skates, and then they eventually take the trainers off. And next thing you're skating, and then if you want to move the next level, you'd be rollerblading and ice
Okay,
skating. And
so how
so,
long are you going to tell yourself that you need crystals to control energy before you realize that you're the energy that's being controlled by the crystal? You're a part of the same energy that makes this wall, that makes that pillow, that makes this phone, that makes this tablet, that makes this thing, and makes this thing and this thing, and all that same energy is floating around you because that's all a part of you. Why do you need something to conduct it? Why do you think that you need a specific thing to eat in order for you to receive it? Why do you think that you have to train your body a specific way in order for you to be a part of yourself? You get what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah.
At a certain point, you reach a level to where you just understand that that's just you in all kinds of different forms. You're a part of all of this. So, how is it that you don't control the energy that you take in? It's all yours in the first place. But see, you've got all these gurus out here. You got all these gurus out here that take you the furthest away from reality that you can possibly get. Because you're, what do they tell you about in the Hermetic principles? The true Hermetic learns to read between the lines. What's between the lines? Nothing. There's nothing there. Why? Because everything's between the lines. So why do you have to conform to what people tell you is necessary to do the things that you do naturally? Let me show you something. All right, right? So one of the things that they tell you is that you have to learn how to love everything. Right? You have to learn to find love. The problem with that statement is the fact that everything is love. There's nothing but love. Love comes in a plethora of forms that people ignore. This is the maxims of human existence. Okay? You go through this wheel every single day. Every single part of this wheel you go through on a day-to-day basis. There's nothing that you do that escapes this every single day. Okay? This is applicable to your life. This is applicable to your relationships. This is applicable to any object that you have around your house. It doesn't matter what it is. This chart, this little simple chart right here is everything. There's nothing outside of this. Look, right? We'll use a relationship to start with, okay? When you first meet somebody that you like, you feel joy. Right? The moment that you feel that joy and you actually go and talk to them, you feel like you won a little bit, right? When they agree that you're yours, you automatically feel successful, right? And then after you feel successful, right, you start to feel a little more free in life because now you found that piece that was missing, right? Now, that makes your day become a little bit lighter, right? Which means that, your body feels lighter. You get what I'm saying? When you're happy about stuff, right? So then that makes your day seem a little bit brighter. Everything's all nice and fucking fancy and that because you're in love. Oh, you're in love, right? So you start to feel a little bit more alive about everything, right? And because you feel alive about everything, everything starts to seem like it's brand new again because you found that new love, right? So now you start to feel real secure, right? But when you start to feel that level of security, you automatically start to get a little bit pissed off. Why you get pissed off? Because, well, the problem is when you start to feel that, you also start to have that loss build up in your back of your head. Oh, what if I do something did I do something that's going to accept them? Like, what am I okay? Like you start checking yourself, right? And then from that, you start to feel like you fail a little bit. Why? Because anything that you love, you're always going to try to improve on in some way, which makes it so that you have to fail in order to be able to be in love with something. You can't love something and not fail it continuously because you're always trying to improve yourself or the things that are around you, right? So love then becomes a trap, right? Because now you're burdened by that same thing that you love so much, which becomes a heavy weight on your shoulders, right? And that heavy weight that's on your shoulders makes you feel a little dead inside because you feel like there's pieces of you that are missing, right? So then you start to feel like time's moving a little bit slower. And then after time starts to move a little bit slower, you start to feel that vulnerability because, man, everything just, you can't ever seem to get it right, right? So this is the thing. The love that you feel for something gives you joy, but automatically it's going to piss you off because you're going to be worried about it. And it's going to make you feel like you won when you get to it, but it's also going to make you feel like you're losing because you're going to lose part of yourself first off, and then you're actually going to have to worry about losing that thing. So that success that you feel off of being able to go out with them also becomes an automatic failure that you're always going to experience. And so that freedom that you felt automatically becomes the trap. I know you've been in relationships where you feel like you're trapped by the relationships. You're like, oh, I love them, but I just can't leave them and I can't be around them and I can't, right? So that lightness that you feel becomes a little bit heavy. And that brightness that you feel begins to make your day a little bit darker. So that alive feeling that you had then starts to turn into something that feels like it's killing you, right? So that security that you had then becomes something that makes you feel vulnerable. But you're told that love is joy, win, success, freedom, light, bright, alive, new, and secure. They try to convince you that when the person that you love starts to piss you off, that it's because they don't love you. The person that you love that you feel like you're losing, you feel like you're losing them because they don't love you. The person that you love that's making you feel like a failure is because they hate you, right? Because like they teach you that half of this is hatred and half of this is bad, but you can't experience the rest of these without these to go along with it. The thing is that all of these things are affected by the way that you think. You're the one that starts to get angry about the things that they do, comparing it to things that they don't do. You're the one that starts to feel loss, like you're losing yourself because of how much you love them. You're the one that starts to feel the failure. You're the one that starts to feel the trap. You're the one that starts to feel heavy and dark and dead and old and vulnerable. You're the one that starts going through all these emotions, and you'll leave them for this, right? Because you'll feel like they don't fucking match up to what you thought that they were going to be. But let me ask you something, right? You got a car, right? You got a car, you might have a house, you got something that you love, right? Now, in your mind, if you wanted to right now, when you had that car, you could have a dream right now of taking that car and driving it over a fucking mountain, flying off into the sky, into outer space, and driving it around the moon and then coming back, right? Now, tomorrow, after you've had that dream, you're going to go out to that car and you're still going to love that car and you're still going to drive that car to where you need to go and you're still going to enjoy having that car. You're not going to get rid of that car for the things that you've made up in your mind as to what that car should be able to do, but everybody's leaving their partners because of those same things that they experience with their partners, because your partner's never going to be better than the one that you made up in your head, right? But you compare your partner to all those things, and those things that are in your head are what make you mad at your partner. Oh, the same things. That's why people date people, and the same things that they used to love about that person become the things that annoy them about them. And they'll end up breaking up their relationship and leaving them because they think that they must hate them. Right? I must hate you if you piss me off so much. I must hate you if I feel lost when I'm around you. I must hate you if I feel like a failure because I always want to do better for you. I must hate you if motherfucking you're making me feel trapped. But there's nothing about love that doesn't include these things. As a matter of fact, the more that somebody gets under your skin, the more you love them. The more you worry about losing them is because you love them so much. The more you're worried about failing them is because you love them so much. The trappedness is because you love them so much. The heaviness and the darkness and the deadness. But then instead we take these things out on our partners. Right?
Wow. So now I see why you said that yin yang doesn't exist, because it's really all a part of one thing.
One thing. There is no hate. There's really no hate.
It's fear.
Mm-hmm.
It's fear. And they said there's only two emotions, love and fear. That's what they said. There's only two emotions, love and fear.
No, because fear is a part of love.
Because everything that you said there, everything that's on that left-hand side is based on fear. It's your
everything on that left-hand side is another form of love. It only exists because you love that thing.
Yeah, because if you didn't love it, you wouldn't be afraid of losing it. You wouldn't be afraid or sad or wondering this, that, the other. And so instead of us understanding where that's coming from, that is really based out of love, then we
live in a world of love, but yet for some reason everybody's taught that all of this stuff is hatred. You go through this every single day, a million times a day with a million different things a day. but there's only one that suffers because of it.
It's you.
And guess what? It's
And you know what? I get afraid of losing my kids. You know, I'm a mother, right? So I'll be afraid. My daughter might. I'm afraid to like let her do this and this and the other. But I don't like.
Would you get rid of your kids because of that?
No, I don't discard my children. So why do we discard our spouses because of that? Those same emotions. That's a wow.
People don't recognize heaven. Heaven's all around them, and they don't recognize it. Everybody's out here searching for love. What part of your life don't you love?
And you know what? And so people get so caught up in the dogma of what they believe. Like I had a person that was in the audience that left because, well, he said about this and about Christianity. I'm out. It's like, well, you're missing a good point where he's breaking things down. A very good point that he's making. And I'm sad this guy missed that. He didn't get to see what you just broke down because really, I mean, now it makes sense. Everything.
He'll be back. He doesn't have a choice to. He's just Christian, so he has to get away because his mind's all frazzled. I showed you why his mind's frazzled. I told you that Christians are stuck in a little bubble because of the things that they're engaging in on a regular basis. They can't help it. But they'll keep coming back. I know they keep coming back. I've had over 2 million followers on fucking TikTok, and trust me, a lot of them were religious people that couldn't stop coming back.
You know what? The biggest thing is okay. When you said okay, when people get into these places, they get sick because they're getting a dual message, and that these places are probably some of the sickest people get sickest the most, right? But if you actually look at other these belief systems, I would believe when I hear about the Christian church, I do see a lot of sick and shut in all the time. And all you said was that
rebuke you in the name of Jesus. So, that's what I'm saying. I rebuke you.
Even though that those parents might be that live to be 95 might not have they might not have experienced the same thing. There is some truth to what's being said when it comes down to the message that's being taught. You're singing about happy and love, but then you're talking about then he died on the cross, and that's a contradiction about. 1 minute we're talking about redemption and love and this, that, the other. And the next minute we're talking about death and destruction.
Imagine how traumatized you would be if you saw what you considered to be your God crucified every single fucking weekend. Just wrap your mind around that for a moment. If every time that you go into the place of your worship, which is warring against the temple, warring the ship, the vessel, the ship, the body. Okay, you walk inside of a building, even though if you read the Bible, it tells you God doesn't dwell in a house built by hands. But you're going to go inside of the same place that your Jesus tore down and then look at him hung, strung up. If your best friend died, would you want to walk and look at your best friend every single weekend in the way that they died?
No. Or to keep talking about it every weekend.
Every weekend?
Every Sunday.
Every Sunday, bare minimum.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you what the sermon always is, and then they strung him up on the thing and in the blood and
drink his blood and eat his flesh. Here you go. This is your savior. Drink his blood and eat his flesh. You're not a cannibal, though. You're not performing rituals and witchcraft, seances, taking on spirits, and walking around with anointed oils, that's witchcraft.
But really, what is witchcraft?
soup.
What really is witchcraft? Because I mean, they would say some of the practices that I do in my belief, would be considered witchcraft. However, actually, it's actually meant to heal people, right? These are things
Who do
meant.
you know that doesn't put spices in their food?
Nobody.
Okay, it doesn't witchcraft require you to cook something, change the temperature and the structure of something, and add in different types of elements in order to alter it?
Yeah.
So who doesn't do witchcraft? Everybody does. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, if you're taking some, if you've got some vegetables and a thing, and you're throwing in some sage, a little bit of thyme, and all those things are the same thing we use in our rituals. We might make a tea out of it and drink it, but
They have anointing oils in the church that's olive oil with rosemary and like a couple different herbs in it. It's witchcraft. But you're evil for it. Now go home and eat your soup.
So one thing I wanted to get into I want to get back into sound resonance, because there's this whole thing, this Opus sound bed. Have you ever heard of this? The Opus sound bed?
Yeah.
It's a bed that you sit down on and it's supposed to like resonate, like, sir. Because I was gonna get this whole thing, but I'm afraid to get it because it's like $2,000. But it's supposed to resonate.
That's something you can get for like $1,200.
Yes,
I got one.
it's a sound bed that you can sit on, and it's supposed to like heal your body. And I've heard, like, even in China, there was like a person that like actually was had a tumor, and they were using this sound, and this sound frequency was actually, it was in, I think, Korea or China. I'm not sure if you saw the video where they kept saying, "It is done, it is done, it is done" in their language, and there was a sound like whatever this machine.
Because they were chanting at the right frequencies.
Yeah, and they kept saying it is done. And so even in China, they have holistic clinics. They do a whole blood panel, and they give you certain herbs, and you'd be surprised, like, even when they, like, you have to go through, it's like going to the hospital, you know?
Yeah.
And so here in America, we have gotten away from the holistic aspect of life and utilizing sound frequencies. Can we get into that, like, for healing, how to heal ourselves with these frequencies, and how to use what would one do? Parasites. Because let me tell you something. Lately, I don't know, my timeline has been filled with stuff about parasites, and I know it must be me sending out a frequency. Maybe I have a lot of parasites, and so therefore I'm seeing a lot of stuff about parasites. But even
first we gotta explain parasites. Parasites is your body's defense to all the toxic shit that you're consuming. It's not that you consume things that have parasites in them. It's the opposite. Parasites are what your body creates. That's why they're your parasites. Your body creates that to consume the things that it can't get rid of. But you can control your body a lot more than you think that you can. I know this because I've tested some things that most people would think was fucking nuts. And it worked.
So people say like that if you eat sushi, right? That those specific fish have certain level of parasites within them. And when you ingest those things, that they have like, there's different, like,
you have acid in your stomach that absorbs everything. What's going to survive in that?
You know what? Good point. So is all that stuff like scare tactic stuff that people are using to sell ivermectin and all these different like things?
Well, no, your body definitely, your body does have parasites, but the parasites are made by your body. That's why it can survive in your body.
So how does your body create? Okay, because they said that even cancer is parasites. What happens is that a certain organ, and then the parasites begin to grow in that place, and then when you have a tumor, it is an encasement around the parasite that your body creates to stop the parasites from going further. And then when you get chemotherapy or different things like this, the reason why cancer spreads is because you unleash those parasites that were being encapsulated, and now they spread throughout the body. Same thing with mammograms. Like, they say that when you get a mammogram, you have this heavy thing pushing your boob down, and if you do have any kind of cancer within that tumor, it could mess with that tumor and then unleash the parasites, and the next thing you know, you got cancer and this, that, the other, all throughout your system. So, how true do
Cancer is your body trapping the poison. Cancer is your body's natural defense to an overload of toxins. The cancer itself is your body trapping those toxins so that they're not, because you have too much of it. That's why people can fast and cleanse and get rid of it, because you're no longer putting it into your system. You got to realize that what they do when they do your mammogram is they rupture the cancer cell. The cancer cells are dead cells that are fucked up because you have toxins in your body, and they're being collected in a specific place so that they don't spread everywhere. And then you go and get that mammogram, and it smashes it and it ruptures it, and now it spreads everywhere. Now it's in your bloodstream. Now it's everywhere that it was being held at. Cancer is not a bad thing. Cancer is your body's defense to the fucked up stuff that you put into it. Now, the thing is that you can get rid of all that shit with sun gazing. Literally. You can burn fat with sun gazing. You can restore the elasticity to your skin through sun gazing. You can you can restore brain function through sun gazing. You can burn your sun gazing activates the autophagy that people fast to get. That's the main benefit of the fasting, is your body's ability to activate the autophagy from not using that energy everywhere else. Well, if you're sun gazing, you're putting energy directly into your endocrine system. Look, these are all the benefits of sun gazing. Dopamine is what calms you down. Serotonin and endorphins and melatonin are what makes your brain function properly. Right? ATP is the thing that restores your youthfulness to your skin. Okay, the hormesis. What the fuck was the hormesis? I forget what the hormesis does. Right, but your autophagy. See right there, autophagy. Right, that's the thing that eats all of the cancerous and all of the bad cells and fucking takes all the toxins out of your body. Is the autophagy. That's what people fast to get. That's what they fast to activate. Right. The NAD plus, it'll cost you fucking $60-$70 to get a bottle of NAD plus.
I have it. I have that. I have the NAD. I paid $60.
You could have got it for free. You could have got it for free and felt good and been burning fat and been destroying everything toxic in your body and motherfucking restoring your levels to the proper circadian rhythm. And you could have been motherfucking feeling younger, and you would have felt a lot calmer, and your mind would have started functioning better. Why? Because you're feeding your fucking endocrine system directly with direct energy. That's all that it is. It's your endocrine system that's being activated. That's your ram, your goat. See your ram right there?
Yeah, that's crazy. So the body, so all these things, they must have did like some Egyptians or whoever these people were must have like just dissected human bodies and noticed that, hey, oh, this looks like a goat, this looks like this, and in those universes.
If I draw it out for you, if I had my pen, I don't know what I did with my eye pens. I don't know where they went, but I can literally show you the magnetism of the body that created all of these things. I know how the whole entire body was constructed, inside and out, all the organs, all of the everything, all by magnetism. So,
was it sound that did this? Because even when they talk about the Indian pyramids, not the Indian structures, they say that when you actually look at them, that looks like almost like the same way that those water droplets look that you showed. That when you play water, when you have water at a certain frequency, it makes those kind of like looking, have Have you seen the Indian buildings? How they look a certain way? But it's like, how did they make this? Right? You know.
Yeah, it's
And
all sacred geometry.
but do you think that that was made by water, sound, and some kind of like sound vibration?
Well, this is the thing: is when you're able to manipulate energy, it doesn't matter what the thing is that you're manipulating. If you're operating within the confines of nature, you can conform anything to any shape that you want it to. You just have to know the frequency that's going to make it go from a solid to a liquid so that it takes that next form. Think about it. I can show you videos of people that will take a cone and tap, like you could take a drum, right? You can try this, right? If you get a drum and you put a rock underneath of the drum and you start tapping the drum from the top, and the drum has no bass to it, the energy from the drum is going to pump down into the base surface, and whatever's sitting on top of that base surface is going to levitate into the drum. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as the drum has a large enough size in comparison to the size of the thing that you put under it. It's just energy manipulation. Now, as far as the rocks go, I forget what plant it is, but there's a plant. This is how most of the shit out in this is how they were carving into rocks. It's not that they were carving into it. There's a plant that you can go and find out in Mexico. There's birds that reshape rocks out in Mexico. I forget what kind of bird it is, right? But what they do is they go and grab this plant, right? And they take the plant and they rub it on the stone, and then the stone turns to a rubbery. It becomes moldable, right? And so when people observe that taking place, they took that same plant and in mass and started doing that to the blocks, which made it so that they could stamp and imprint the blocks however they wanted to imprint it. So this is how you have those images that are pushed into the blocks. Now, if you take that a step further, and you include instruments that emit specific vibrations, the same way that you can speak into water and have it create a formation is the same way that you could do that with a rock. If you know the right frequency, it'll separate the structure, because the energy is only held together by a specific frequency. And so if you're able to hit that same frequency, it'll almost cancel it out. Not that it'll disappear, but it'll break the structuring of it all together. And so if you're able to hit that frequency, that's when, like, okay, perfect example, right? If you put a bunch of sand on a soundboard and you play notes onto that soundboard, the sand starts to take physical forms.
Right.
So if you do that with sands at a high enough temperature, what do you form? Glass in those structures. Sand overheated turns into glass. So if you apply that principle, imagine having a giant sound plate and you're playing with the sand as you're heating it up. And it's taking these sacred geometry shapes as it's being heated up. When you stop, when it's moving in that formation, that's also generating its own energy at that time. It's structuring itself to that energy. So if you're heating it up while you're doing that, and then you cut the heat, it's glass in that last position that it was at. Now you have something that's created completely in a perfect symmetrical, sacred geometrical shape that went from being sand to a glass. All that requires it is not the heating, it's the amount of energy that's going into it. So if you have the ability to do that with large rocks and things, now you have a building.
Right. Wow.
It's just basic laws of nature.
And you know what's so funny? Here, I'm gonna ask this question. Okay, so microwaves and air fryers, right? I know I'm jumping around, right? So we cook our food in microwaves. So the
Mhm.
sound, so microwaves are cooking your food with sound, heating it up.
Yeah, but it's not a good cook because it's it's in immense amounts. It's not a controlled. There's no control to it. You're basically burning the fucking shit from the inside out without physically burning it. Although if you leave it in there long enough, it'll burn the fuck out of everything. But you're basically cooking everything out of it because it's a massive magnitude of energy being poured into it all at once. And it's unhealthy because it burns it from the inside out, from the source to the outside, right? This is why you can put something cold in there and like a portion of it will be fucking warm and hot and fucking turn into rubber while the rest of it is still cold. Like if you leave anything in a microwave long enough, everything becomes like a block of rubber. Either that or it completely dissolves.
Right. And but I think that that is a great science experiment on sound and how sound frequency can do that. How it can change the actual.
You can take apart a microwave and you can create a coil out of it that will disrupt. The thing about the microwave is that it's not natural energy. It doesn't have a natural flow to it. It's a disruptor. So what you're actually doing is
So would
like
the sound that comes from a microwave be similar to that sound that you see of hate in the water? Like you know how you have the sound of love and good
yes,
stuff. So
yes,
is it,
that's exact. Like okay, right. If you took a microwave, if it was healthy, right? If you took a microwave right now and you open it up and you fix that button so that it thinks that the door is shut at all times, and you just turn that microwave on and you go and stick your arm in there, it's going to destroy your shit. You'll never recover from that ever. It's impossible because it rattles the fucking whole entire structure of the genetic coding altogether, and it's nuking it on a molecular level from the inside out. So it's killing it at the core and then working out even further. If you put something
so I
living
want
in a
to say,
microwave, that
if
shit'll
you put
explode.
water into a microwave and you're drinking that water, what would you say would be going on with that water that you're ingesting after doing that?
You killed it and you filled it full of fucking toxic energy. Think about it like this, right? When you drink water, you don't want to just drink water, okay? At the very least, you should swirl that shit, okay? If you don't do anything else, at least create a cyclone in your water, because what you're going to do is ionize it and it's going to draw in air and oxygenate the water when you're doing this. That's why when you circle it and shit, you'll start to see the little bubbles come out of it and shit. You want to recreate a natural cycle. A natural cycle, water doesn't travel in anything but swirls. If you watch how a river gets created, none of them started straight. They all swirl. They all have depth that goes up and down in them. It's never just a flat surface. Anytime water hits a flat surface, it dies. You don't want to drink water. Look, you got to think about it like this. Water is a solvent. Water kills you. Perfect example, if you go sit in a bathtub long enough, what happens to you?
You get dehydrated.
No, your skin starts to dissolve.
Oh yeah.
You sit in a bathtub long enough and you can cut your foot stepping on the ground. It'll split. You sit in a bathtub long enough and you bump your arm on something when you're getting out the bathtub and you'll get a cut in your shit. It'll split. That's because water is a solvent. Anything that you leave sitting in water over time, it just disappears. Almost nothing survives in water, but you're going to drink it.
Well, they say our body is made up of 90% water, so that's why we feel like. So the whole like thing of drinking water and
H3O2, structured water. You don't drink structured water. You only get living water through fruits. If you notice, fruit is always what? It's always sticky. It's always thick. It's never just water. It's never H2O that you get out of fruit. It's always structured water. That's living water. That's the only thing that you can drink. Drinking water, you have to do something to it. Put some salt in it so that it's conductive. Fucking put some tea in it so that it alters the structure of it. Talk into it. Tell good things. You've seen what happens when you talk to water. It changes the structure of water itself. You can build positive structures. This is what praying over food and shit's really about. People think they do it because they're this is the this is the funny thing, is like there's so many practices in these religious books that aren't religious that have to deal with sacred geometry and the restructuring of frequencies that people don't even realize. The Jewish people wear little fucking hats. They're always wearing one type of clothing. Why? Because one type of clothing creates a conductive force that's constantly flowing. When you cross threads, you're actually creating fucking shit like this. When you have like cotton and linen and cotton and silk and fucking polyester and all that other bullshit, you're creating breakage. You're creating breaks in the natural flow of energy. So all these people that are religious, they're doing all these practices and have no fucking clue why they actually do them. You pray over food because it's good intentions and good words, except for when people start saying things like, I pray that Timmy gets better and shit. You're now thinking of somebody being hurt while you're trying to make a good prayer. That's not healthy, because it's you're subconsciously beating that shit into the fucking shit that you're about to eat. When you're all locked together, you're creating a force. You're creating a resonance. And so you share those thoughts that you have because it's supposed to bring a sense of joy, which is now being channeled into the center point. When they pray, they do what? They all hold their hands and they put their head forward. Your head is now the fucking focal point of the energy that's pouring. So it's all getting poured into a center point. When energy pours into a center point, it goes in two directions, up and down. So what happens is there's a spread of energy that goes over the food that you're eating, and there's a spread of energy that's pouring over the top of the building, that's creating a resonance field around the whole group. Right now, they'll have you wear in the Muslim and the Jewish thing, they wear the hats. Right? Why do they wear the hats? The hats are made out of the same thing as the rest of their body. The reason that they're wearing the hats is because your head is where the thoughts pour out from. Right? Originally, they used to come in from it because it was coming in towards the heart. Everything was going in towards the heart because that was the thing that formed the body itself. The mind itself came from the sperm. The sperm is nothing but the mind and the spinal column already put together. That's why this argument that a baby is able to be aborted is a fucking crock of shit, because it already had thoughts before it got into the body. That's why it was able to form a body in the first place. Because the magnetism that comes off of the sperm, if you ever study this, sperm actually has energy to it. That's because it's a form of energy in itself. And so the sperm is the head, that's the brain, the brain stem, and the nerve center, right? So that goes in and it bonds with the female's egg, which the egg has its own energy to it, but the sperm is now siphoning the energy from that to create the heart. The first thing that starts to be formed when the sperm is in there is the brain. It's taking the energy of the egg and putting it around the sperm itself and growing the brain. From that, you have your nervous center, the nerve center that gets created, and then the heart gets created. Once the heart gets created, then all of the organs and the bones start to get created, because the heart becomes the thing that all the energy that the brain is pulling in goes feeding into. It goes into the formation of the heart. If you ever notice, that's why the top of the brain is the last thing to get solid. Remember, they always tell you when you have a baby, the top of the skull is the most sensitive part of the baby. That's because that's where the energy is coming in from.
Right.
When they're young, they're still pulling that energy in, because as they're growing at that young age, the heart is still being developed. That's why the PFO valve closes.
Right.
Because once the PFO valve is closed, that's when the brain starts to solidify. when the skull starts to solidify, because now all of the energy is now being regulated by the heart. The heart doesn't put energy out. The heart draws the energy in. If you ever notice, your rib cage goes inwards towards your heart. Your and even the bottom of your rib cage goes up like this. Oh, sorry, shit. It goes up like this. It's going up towards the heart. The whole forming of your rib cage is all energy that's resonating in towards the heart, that's solidifying as it's coming in. Below that, right? So you got to think about it like this, right? So now that you have the energy that's pouring into the heart, it's also pouring out through the bottom. This is why your organs all twisty and turvy and shit that's below it, is because it's the energy that's pouring outward this way, right? So all of your organs that are below the heart are what? Raveled up. They're all raveled up and stacked till you get to the next energy center, which is the reproductive organs. If you pay attention to your hips, the way that your hips are formed, it's this round shape that goes down like this, and it has that focal point in the center of it where everything's being focalized to, which is your sacral point, which is the bottom of your spinal column, right? And so if you look at the shape of the hips, that's a toroidal field. Everything around your reproductive organs is the flow of energy going into that area that's separate from the heart. This is why you have a brain up here, a brain here, and a brain down here.
And also, but they say that the actual intestinal system is your first brain, and it's actually made of the same thing as the actual brain, right? Your intestines.
Well, your intestines are dead organs. That's the only part of your body that doesn't generate energy, because they sit above the energy center. Okay, right? Think about it like this, right? Here, let me show you. All right, this is the spear of the spear ritual. All right.
Well, you already had that open. That's crazy that you already had that open. Okay.
If you notice, right? So right here in this area, right, that's the same shape as your heart down here, and you see the toroidal field that's going into it right here. Sorry. Right? That's a toroidal field. So
it's almost like the ribs going backwards, like the
see the eights.
Pelvis looks like a backward rib almost.
So look, you got to think about it like this, right? Okay, so up here, right now, this is the back of it. So it doesn't look right, but this is the back of it. Okay, so everything's wrapping around to the heart on this section, right? And then down here, everything's wrapping around to the heart down in this section, which is the reproductive system. So if energy is flowing, right, that means the shape of the hips follows this energy, right? It's going this way like this. It's like the number 8 this way, and then you have the number 8 this way on each side of these that's going in towards the heart on the front side, right? So you have energy that's pouring out in the bottom this way. It comes out like this. And then you have energy that's pouring out going this way. Now you understand why the organs are all wrapped up and stacked on top of each other. It's just energy.
Wow.
So the whole body's constructed this way, right? Look at this. Like this is the, hold on, where's it at? This one right here. Oh, this thing's dirty for me taking it to the construction site with me. I've been gutting out a house. All right, look, right?
There's so much to unpack, and I gotta bring you back too, because this is so much good information. I gotta bring you back because we're gonna have to it's not enough to cover it. We were only here for 3 hours, but hey, we can keep going. But I'm like, bro, it's too much to cover. It's so many things you know. And I'm so glad that you know all this stuff, because it's very interesting to like get a person that actually studied this deep into that many things. But go ahead.
Oh, I'll have to get my pen for next time. I gotta find my pen so I can draw stuff out for you and show you in real time. But look, right? You see how that same system's happening here? You see the shape of the 8 on one side, the shape of the 8 on the other side, right? This is how your whole brain is functioning together. It's the same toroidal field.
Doesn't
But if you notice,
doesn't the throat have a similar thing in the throat, like the thyroid gland and that whole thing have that same kind of toroidal, like
well, those are the product of the energy of the mind and the energy of the heart hitting a focal point. Because it's this energy that's round, like, okay, right? So you have the energy that's pouring up this way that goes around, right? Which is creating your thyroid, because you have the energy from the top that's going down in this direction, right? And so when they run into each other at the focal point, it creates the, here, let me show you. I might have a picture I could show you with. Hold on a second. Let me go into the drawing stuff.
And then that throat chakra is where that is a thing that makes you be able to speak. So it's interesting how those things combine, meet at the center, and then vibration comes out through the mouth. I mean, we're talking about some interesting stuff, you guys. I hope that you guys are enjoying the show. Please like, share, and subscribe. Listen, I'm so happy that Solomon came and to give us this information, because I've had a lot of different
You
people.
really gonna have me starting to call people Solomon? I'm about to ride with that so bad, yo. You about to make me ride that one out, yo. That's funny. I keep forgetting that I put that on that book. Nobody references me to that. Like, I don't mind it. Like, don't get it twisted. I don't mind it and shit. All right, so look, right, check this out. See this right here?
Uh-huh.
Okay, right. Now this is your brain. All right, this is the same brain that you were looking at earlier. Now, hold on, I gotta see if this level's on here. Let me put this around it. That's how your apples are made. All of your fruit has this, because the apple is simply the toroidal field going around the seed, right? And then at the top where the energy is pouring out is where your stems and your plant and your stems and your flowers and shit.
A lot of bug faces. It looks like a bug face. Bugs look like that same way with the antennas going up.
I'm telling you, everything is based off of these simple concepts and things. It's nothing in this world is complex. It's all sacred geometry and it's all energy. And I can prove it, undoubtedly prove it about anything, about any object or anything. Look, check this out, right? This is something that I discovered, right? And I still haven't seen it being used by anybody yet. Let me see. Do I have it? Let's see if I have it any other way. This right here, if I can figure out how to use this correctly, I should be able to create shit out of thin air. Now, all this is magnetism, right? The four different magnetisms, right? And then it's creating sound waves, because this is, but if I go cut an apple open right now, I can show you this shape in an apple. I can show you this shape in a watermelon. I can show you the shape in a tomato. I can show you the shape in all the fruits. All the fruits have the same design to them, but nobody ever looks at it from this perspective. But let me see if I wonder if this pen will work. No, not this one, of course. All right, look. All right, here, let me see if I can do it like this. Like this. Like this. All right.
I just want to thank everybody while he's looking it up. I'm going to thank everybody for coming and being a part of the show tonight. We're dropping some heavy knowledge here, and shouts out for this information.
Okay, look, right. You see this? Look, we're gonna go like this. Like this. Okay. Now, first you have your pyramid. It goes like this, and comes here, and comes here. Right? So that makes your triangle or your trinity, right? Now, from this, right, you have energy that's pouring in this way and energy coming in this way. Okay. Now you're starting to see the lateral ventricles and the basal ganglia, the thalamus, the pituitary gland, your motherfucking this would turn it into the spinal column right here, and going like this, because this is how your cerebellum looks, right? And this is your brain, which is also the apple, right? And
So you think that's also why they said that they ate the apple? Adam and Eve ate the apple.
well, actually, it just said the fruit, which somebody changed into the apple later on in time, but that's not what they were talking about, and
Okay.
nor like the whole story is all fucked up over time. But Eve coming from the rib is the ribonucleic DNA strand. It's part of your DNA. The atoms that structure your DNA in your ribonucleic DNA is what the structuring of the DNA is after it comes together. So that's why she comes from the rib of man, because it's man's genetic coding. It's not man physically, if that makes any sense.
I get it. Yeah.
I really wish I could find my pins, though. I know I've got one around here somewhere. I really want to show you since I'm on here. One
Yeah.
second.
Go ahead. If you need to go ahead and look for it, I can play something.
Matter of fact, this should have two of them in it. I think I'm gonna have to let it sit for a minute. Yeah, this is gonna have to sit for a minute. So let me throw this on a charger while we're talking, and we'll come back to it in a couple minutes. This charge up. Man, it's nice having this here. Wait a minute. So it's already fully charged. Oh, it is. Okay, good. All right, check this out. All right, give me. Let me see. Let me get a brand new one for you. Get a screen size one. Go like that. Turn the background dark. Nice red background. Go back up to the first layer. Green pen. All right. So let me give you that first thing all over again. Hold on a second. That's too dark. My bad. Oh, didn't we do that? Hold on, because I got to flip the screen around. All right, I got this. I'm going to do the screen flip thing this time. Hold on. This will make it easier on me. So go to settings, camera, and then mirror, and then go to back camera. All right, right. Let me move this thing out of the way. I'm going to go like this. All right. So I'm going to give you the same pattern that I had a minute ago. Like this, like this. Now, all right, right. So they say that in the beginning there was the one, right? And then the one splits to the two. So this would be your negative, your positive, and all that other that nonsense that they teach people about. Right. Now, this is the thing, right? So now we're talking about layers of energy. So you have two forces. You have one goes this way, and then you have the other one going this way. Right? Now, some people have seen this symbol before. I don't remember what it is, but there's like some pagan shit that deals with this symbol. Right? I don't remember exactly what it is because I don't care about their names. Now, this is the thing, right? Is like this, go up another layer. Right? When you're dealing with magnetism, you have energy that is going this way. right? And this is what starts to create different forms, because you have the 1 and the 2 and the third and the bottom point, right? There's always a bottom point. Now, this is the thing, is you also have energy that goes this way. That's why you have like your firmaments and shit like that. And no, I'm not saying the world's round, and I'm definitely not saying it's flat either. Okay, but this is the thing, is you have different polarities, right? You have your negative and your positives. Okay, so due to these negatives and positives, you have these forces that are traveling at all times. Now, as they're traveling, they're hitting focal points. This would be your focal point, right? This is that vortex that everybody's talking about, that everything has to go through, right? This is also why the brain has that soft spot in the beginning. Okay. Now, that spiral then pours out at the bottom. So the thing is when energy is traveling this way, the energy that's furthest away is going to be brighter. So you're going to have water that surrounds everything. Right now, if you remember, the water goes deeper and deeper. Right? Because remember, water is a solvent. Water is something that energy is going into that hasn't had enough energy to create something physical yet. The reason that you have physical things like land masses, which all are going to be found closer to the center, but not quite touching it. The reason behind that is because there's so much energy in this area that is going to create more water, because it's too much to take a physical form. But there's going to be land masses, and those land masses, because energy bounces, right? It's going to go like this, and then there's energy that's going to go like this. It's going to go in these different directions, right? Which is why you have your what? Your mountains and your valleys. Okay, this is exactly why the world's shaped the way that the world is. Okay, because the energy that's collected at the center is what is creating the physical land masses. The energy that's still pouring out on these outskirts is why you have your water surrounding everything. That's why the world's mostly water, right? And the thing that's funny about this is that this same thing is also the reason, we'll go with purple. If we follow these same things, actually, hold on, let me give you the sun and the moon first, right? So you have the sun over here, right? Now the sun follows a specific pattern. It's an 8 pattern that goes this way, like this. All right. If you ever watch how the sun actually rotates, it's on an 8. It's spinning on a different axis. The moon, however, is known as the Most High, okay, because the moon is up here. Now the moon is on this trajectory. It's going this way. That's why it ends up crossing the sun at a certain point. Okay. Now, if you've studied anything about biology, you also know that this is how cells are formed as well. Right? So the world is internal as much as it is external. Proof of that is the fact that this is your brain, which comes to this point. It's just following this trajectory of energy, right? It goes like this, right? And then the bottom of your brain, where your cerebellum's at, is the part where the energy's pouring out, which is why your cerebellum has, if you ever look at it, your cerebellum has all these little lines on it that follow that same magnetic charge. Okay, it goes out like this. Now, following the magnetism, you have what is known as your lateral ventricles, which are the ones that go up like this. They curve around like this, right? Still following that same charge. That's that ram that you see in that picture that I just showed you. Right? It goes out like this and then out like this. Right? So this is also the formation of your brain, is the same thing as the world is. Now, at that focal point where the energy meets is where the beginning of your spinal column falls into play. That's that triangular shape that you see known as the pyramid, which is also the owl. You see this is where your eyes are, right? The basal ganglia is in here inside the lateral ventricles. Now, the basal ganglia is a round thing, but it looks like this. It's got these little pieces on it that pull together like this and like this. All right, because it's always following the magnetism. So below that, you'll have your brain stem, which is still following that same magnetism. Now, if we add the skin to it, right, this is the same spot where your actual eyes are. Right? Your nose comes down like this. Hold on, let me change the color of that. Right? Your nose comes down like this. You got your two nostrils, and then it comes to that point. Right? And then your mouth is down here. It's those energies that are running into each other. Everything follows this. The difference is when it comes to your head, right, the roundness here meets up with the roundness here, which gives you the shape of the ear. Right? Your ear follows the same exact pattern. Now, literally, everything in existence follows the same magnetic energy as everything else. Because when you go to the next layer, I can give you your heart next, which is shaped. Oops, sorry. It should be a bright color. Pink. Right? Your heart looks like this. Right? And inside your heart, it has those chambers that go like this. Your heart isn't exactly like a round shape. Okay, it's more in the shape of your ears, so to speak. Right? But it still follows that same exact pattern. But all you got to do is add the stems to it, and all of a sudden, your heart becomes the apple. Same way as your brain does and everything else. Literally, the world is you internally and externally. So understanding the flow of energy is the thing that teaches you how the world operates. Now, we can go up another layer. I know it's starting to look a little jumbled up, so let me just remove some of this so that it's a little more clear. It's starting to look a little crazy. Let me keep this one, and get rid of the face, and we'll move up to the next layer. And now you have, right? So your heart would be about here, right? And then you have the clavicle, right? That's following that same magnetism. Rib cage. Everything about your body is magnetism. There's no denying it whatsoever. It all comes together the same exact ways. It's all sacred geometry. So your rib cage is shaped like this, basically. And then below that, because remember, the energy is pouring out at the bottom. So what's happening? Down here at your hips, you also have the other magnetism of your body. And that's that butterfly shape. Right? Where you got your little sacral down here. It goes up like this. And you got your little holes over here like this and like this, right? So that's because this has its own magnetic force to it. Right? So you have energy pushing up this way, and then you have energy pushing down this way, which is why your organs all start to shape in this way because they're stacking the energies on top of each other. This is literally how all of your organs get formed.
Wow.
I tell you, like literally, this is like the whole formation of life itself.
That's crazy.
So it's like, once you figure out certain shit, things just start to become apparent that you start to recognize patterns and synchronicities and everything. And it makes it so that you get to a point to where life is just energy. Literally. There's no way to avoid it. There's nothing that you can do to hide it, right? This pops up, right? Your neck goes like this, right? So it's trapping the energy in it, right? So up here is what? See where the energy is coming from here? And then you'll have your head up here, right? So you have the energy from your brain that's coming down this way and this way. So you get what? Them thyroids that you were talking about earlier. Because it's the two meeting points of the energy. It's those two vortexes that are hitting each other that creates those two organs. Because it's the energy just spiraling in circles right there because it has nowhere to go.
Wow.
So like literally whatever's external is internal as well. There's no avoiding it. This is what I mean. Like once you understand these things, you know that you're a part of everything physically, mentally, emotionally, energetically. Everything is a part of you. Literally. There's no escaping it.
So can you, does my mic sound like crazy?
Nah, it sounds fine.
Okay, on mine it sounds crazy. All right, so here's a question I wanted to ask. Can you also use this way to explain how like thoughts can, because one person said that you think of a thought and it can crystallize in your body and create they say that okay, you think a negative thought, it like you get trauma, right? This is what my godmother, who is a shaman, she says, listen, you think of a thought and then that thought can crystallize in your body and it creates pain in your body because that trauma stores in your body. So say you went through a very terrible situation.
No, that's literally what we were talking about earlier. Look, that's the
water and stuff like that. So.
That's the waters because that's the memory of that trauma. So you got to think about it like this. When you experience something traumatic, you're destroying the water in your body gets destroyed from those thoughts. So if you have destroyed water that's flowing through your body that you've yet to regulate and cycle out of, then it's going to start to become something that's damaged, that's falling apart. So that's going to be responded to you in a form of pain.
So have you ever seen those people get a massage and they get to crying and because they
yeah.
certain.
Well, okay, look, you got to think about it like this.
Have you ever had sex and had a person cry, like a woman cry?
Yeah, plenty of them. But that's a whole nother subject. Look,
is that because of like water or like okay?
No, because it's an overwhelming amount of energy. Now, this is the thing, right? When you have these positive forces, everything's flowing correctly, right? But when you have those negative thoughts and shit, you see what happens to the waters, right? They start to break up. Now, this is what happens when you try to make a positive thing out of something negative. You get a crystallized structure, just like your grandma was talking to you about. Okay. Now that crystallized structure, if you notice, there's breaks all in it. It's all completely uneven. There's no flow of distribution in it. In fact, the energy is never really able to leave this properly. Right. So this will create damage within the body. The thing is that when your body gets filled like this, what you're doing is now filling yourself with broken structures that are running into each other. You got to think about it like that. Like think about it like your body's a highway, right? And when you have those damaged structures and things like that, right? What's happening is it's actually breaking apart and then running into itself. Let me move this down a little There we go. Now you can see. All right, right. So think about this, right? When you're having all those negative thoughts, right? You're breaking up your water, which is separating. You see how it's got a empty space in it where it also has a whole bunch of extra shit. This is the sodium. So think about it like this. Your water naturally holds these type of forms before you even have positive thoughts. Like it just, these structures are just the crystallized thought itself that's creating the physical structure within the water. So when you have that negative shit, you're breaking it up, and notice how there's little pieces that are broken off everywhere.
Yes.
Everything looks separated, right? But if you notice, in the same space that you could have had this, where it has all this open space around it, you've now created a hole in the center of it, and you barely have any room to breathe. That's because it's separating the water and the sodium. That's why you get a headache, because that's why you go through depression, because you're building up pressure. All those negative things are starting to fill up the head. That's why you start getting a headache. That's why, you know, when you get mad about something for too long, you always put your hands up to your head. You start feeling that fucking pounding feeling inside of your head. But when you cry, you release it. It pours out. That's why you feel relief after you cry.
So a headache is a buildup of like water in your body.
Just to keep it simple, it's a buildup of negative energy. Just think about it like that, because these still have energy to them. It still has energy to it. It's just broken up and unable to distribute properly. So look at how much space it takes up. Look at how much space it takes up. How much space it takes up versus when you're having good thoughts. You get me? These are perfect distribution that leaves enough space for energy to be passed from node to node, and there's free movement. When you're having all those negativities and things, you're building up all of it, because these don't have anywhere to go. It doesn't. There's no way for conductivity to move through this. This is why your emotions start going through the roof, because once your body's filled with this, you have your emergency system, right? Those adrenal glands start kicking in, because the adrenal gland kicks in to produce the energy, to produce the oils that are necessary to try to keep your body running, so that makes your heart pump faster, which is why you can have a heart attack from stress. Because your adrenal gland kicks in to compensate for the lack of conductivity that's supposed to be operating. So your heart's dying literally because of your negative shit.
Wow.
So when you're reducing the amount of conductivity that's here, that's why you lose your appetite first. It's your body trying to preserve itself, because your appetite is something that consumes energy. None of these organs down here have a solid foundation of energy. That's the exert energy. Right? So if you look it up, you can Google this right now if you want to. Your organs, your digestive system is the only thing that doesn't doesn't have its own energy source in your body. That's why when you eat stuff when you're already damaged, you go to sleep every time that you eat. Itis is very close to death. That's what people don't understand about itis, is when you're having itis, that's because you've overwhelmed yourself to a point to where your body has to relax in order to save your life. That's why people will get itis and have a heart attack. Because what happens when you're getting itis? Usually it's at a family function, like Thanksgiving or something. What typically happens at Thanksgiving? You get into a big ass argument with one of your fucking family members, and then everybody sits down to eat.
Right.
Think about that for a minute. So you have a whole bunch of negativity going through you, destroying your ability to be conductive, and then you decide to eat anyway. Now you know why so many people die on Thanksgiving.
Wow.
There's a lot of things that people don't even realize because they don't know how the body works and they don't know how to operate the system properly because they didn't read the instructions. But you can get the instructions.
So with my godmother, I'm sorry, I can't. What she does is she's able to utilize the bell, certain sound, break up that to break up those crystals in the body that happen. That crystal.
Why do you think
Right?
people used to ring a dinner bell? Remember, mom would go out to the porch and ding, 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 and everybody'd come in to eat. That's some back in the day shit. That was some before our time shit when things were still operating off frequency and vibration. They ring that bell, kill the parasites, and then you come eat. You know, back when people used to walk around barefoot and shit and ground themselves all day, every fucking day, before they were given rubber shoes so that they can't ground themselves anymore, before they were told to wear sunglasses and sunblockers so that they wouldn't be able to fucking absorb the sunlight anymore. When you were a little kid, you had to be told not to look at the sun. Stop staring at the sun, you're going to go blind. Why'd they teach you that? Because you were getting food. You don't get hungry because you want food. You get hungry because your body needs energy. Naturally, when you were a kid, you would run around outside barefoot. Your parents would have to force you to put fucking shoes on. You would naturally do everything that was natural. You would eat naturally the natural way, which is getting sunlight. When you were never hungry when it was dinner time and breakfast time and all these other times. You were never hungry. You'd want to go outside. Natural. That's because grounding yourself in sun gazing gives you the energy that your body's craving. You had to be trained not to do these things. Now it seems strange. Why? Because they turned grounding into something that was a punishment. Psychological programming to pull you as far away from nature as possible. Right? These old statues, they weren't nothing. They weren't statues of gods and deities. This is your hearts. It's a diagram of the body. I already showed you that the feathers represent the muscles. You have your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 disc cycle. The 12 disciples that followed behind the heart. The 12 discs that make up your rib cage, the thoracic vertebrae. The 12 disciples that dictate how the world operates off of what the heart needs. All of these things, all these old pictures, all these old things that they tell you are all these deities and things like that, these are representations of your body. They have nothing to do with the stories that you're given. These were the things that you were trained not to know so that they could fuck with with what's in your DNA. This isn't everybody's DNA. I already showed you that everybody comes from the same people. There's just different variations of them. That's why I tell you got a bird chest. Why they tell you that you're an angel when you're a baby. They go, oh, look at a little angel. That's because your wingspan. Isn't that what you have from fingertip to fingertip? Hints and clues of the old world that people ignore. That people need. They need these things. Because if they have these things, then you know how to take care of yourself properly. Where do you think I got all the information from? Old school stuff that people don't realize anymore. See these little 3 things right here? That's these. The arteries that come off the heart. These are the ventricles of the heart. You have the pulmonary and the ascending artery. The pulmonary is the one that travels on the back left side. Notice how the left side is behind the leg? And it stands on the calf's shoulders. Right? Why is it the calf shoulders? Because the calf represents male and female reproductive organs, your Bible, your bale, your Baphomet. That's this. This is the male phallus, and this is the female womb. Okay? So the Bible is the male and female reproductive organs. That's why you'll have one cow that has the horns that go out and down forward, and then the other one that has the horns that go up, right? The bull has the one that goes up, and the calf has the ones that go around. All right, so he stands on the shoulders of the calf. The pulmonary artery, back left side. See how it comes down on the back left? This is literal anatomy, right? The one that comes up, your ascending artery, that's on the top right side. That's this leg where it's on the top. It's on top of the leg on the right side. Right? And that controls what? The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why is it 8? Because you have what? 4 parts to your brain. You have frontal, occipital, perennial, limbic, and then you have your cerebellum, the lobes, the things that control the organs of the body. That's controlled by the 12-disc cycle. This is anatomy. This has nothing to do with some dude with fucking wings. It's not an angel. It's not a demon. It's not a fallen. None of that mess. As long as you believe these stories, you don't have the knowledge. My people will perish for their lack of knowledge. My people will perish for they reject knowledge, and I shall reject thy seat in the heavens. Why? Because as long as you reject this knowledge, you don't know how to regulate your system, which means that you're stuck in negativity all the time, which means that you're living in hell. The stars and the signs were there. The stars were there for your signs and symbols. Right? All of these are anatomy. This is OMEN. They tell you OMEN was the creator, right? This is OMEN's horn. This is the C4 of your hippocampus. This is the thing that creates all of your cognitive abilities, from your thoughts to your movements, right? Everything that goes to it is named your 4 OMEN, because everything that you learn now is based off of these teachings. This is your your vertebral 4 OMEN. This is your neural 4 OMEN. All right. The PFO, your patent foramen ovale, the valley of life and death, you know. Right? You have your greater and lesser sciatic foramen. This is the entire fucking the entirety of your Christ consciousness is 4 OMEN. But OMEN is how you say it in English. It's OMEN. OMEN. If you say it correctly, when you have your wisdom teeth and you've got your pineal gland unlocked and everything like that, if you noticed when I said it, it actually created a frequency. that frequency that it created, if you say that enough times, you're going to start to feel that in your head. And if you say it enough times after you start to have the ability to feel it in your head, it'll send a rush through your entire body, activating your piezoelectric system, creating chills and goosebumps through your whole entire system, because you're creating energy with the words that you speak. OMEN is not a fucking name, it's a command for energy. Osiris, right? The O's iris, right? The thing that puts everything together. He's really, what he really is the representation of your circle of Willis, which is the epicenter of your endocrine system. That's why he gets divided into the 12 12 pieces, 14 pieces, I think it is, something like that. It's all your organs he gets divided into in the underworld when he's chopped into pieces by Set. That's due to the fact that Set is the representation of my bad. Oh. Set is the pons and the medulla, also known as your olive and your pyramid, because they teach you about the pyramids, right? But you think they're talking about those physical buildings that are on the land, but this is known as your pyramid here. And there's 2 rivers that run through this. That's your Nile River. So when they're talking about the Nile River and destroying the pyramids and the gods of Egypt, that's because they created gods out of this stuff so that you wouldn't realize what it was that they were talking about. The word Egypt originally means the house of God, which is what? The body, the temple. So when you're talking about Horus, right? That's Horus right there. Now, notice how Horus is tied to Amun's horns. See the horns coming off of him? Okay, that's because Horus represents the basal ganglia, basal ganglia, however the fuck they want you to say it. Right? He's an owl, by the way, not a falcon. The basal ganglia is the thing that sends all the information down through the body and back. Why? Because this vertebrae right here is known as your atlas. Below your atlas is your axis. The atlas is the map of the world. The axis is the way that the world is turning. Above that is your brain, which is known as your hemispheres. Right? So those are your clouds because your brain is made out of gray matter. So Horus goes from the heavens down to the earth. The earth is your heart. That's why it's spelt the way that it's spelt. Heart is earth. Okay? The underworld is your reproductive organs, where you're filled with desires and tempted, and where all of your negative energies come from. Why is it negative energy? Because your organs are the only things that don't have energy. They consume it. Right? That's why your organs get represented by Sebek. Right? They tell you Sebek is the god of the underworld that consumes you when you do all your negative stuff. No. That's it right there. The gator. Matter of fact, here, let me show you like this. Where's he at? Where is it? No, that doesn't have it on it. Where's that gator? Ah, there he is. See? You see the gator that sits on the back of the hippo? The hippo is your stomach. It's got the one arm that comes down to the small gator, And then it's got the big gator that sits on the backside of it. So Sebek is the combination of the intestine, the stomach, and the thing that controls your adrenal gland, the lion. You know, the thing of your pride and your envy and your fucking ferocity, your adrenal gland. Where is it at? Let's see. Let's pull up this right here. See? That's why he's underneath the scales. That's why he's at the base of it. Because this is your intestine, your adrenal gland, and your stomach. The three things that cost energy that control your desires. Right? Because you have the word, you have the thought, you have the intention, the action, right? That can balance out your scales. You've got the 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 that sit behind, right? Because they're being led by what? Your circle of Willis. Your circle of Willis is sending signals through the body, through your basal ganglia. That goes all the way down to your hips, where you have the renewed blood that gets created because it's energy that's traveling through there. It's done you see how there's white, blue, and red? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. Oh, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? You have 7 white, 7 colored. Then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that are carrying energy. Right? So that's every 21. Right? 21 what? Days. Why? Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. And the rest of them would be over here. It goes up to 28 because this is a calendar. Because there's 28 days in a lunar cycle. That's why it's holding the moon over the serpents. Okay? So your circle of Willis is what sits inside of the brain that controls the frontal, the occipital, the perineal, the limbic, your cerebellum, and your brainstem. That's altered by the two emotions, the amygdala and the cerebellum. The energy that's being carried, or the charge that's being brought to the mind from the new blood that's being created every 21 days. Every 21 days out of the month, there's new energy that's carried down to the reproductive organs that, when it isn't sacrificed, is then brought back to your system to balance you out from the inside out. As long as you have pure intentions, pure thoughts, and pure actions and words, then your body will be balanced by the scale of the energy. Which then is then processed and then delivered back into the mind. That's what this is about. It's not about some dude that fucking died and goes to fucking meet the Father. Okay, that's just the bullshit that they tell you. They tell you it's the book of death, right? The book of the dead. But this is dealing with the restructuring of the energies of your body, as long as you have good intentions, good thoughts, good actions, and you're not giving in to your desires. Right? The foods that you eat, the adrenaline that gets created that absorbs that energy, the fucking gluttony that you go through, the pride that you go through, your ego having to be in check, your food having to be aligned. Because the dog, wherewithal shall man be led by the dog to be cleansed, right? These are your Bible scriptures. Because the dog is the tongue. Deliver my soul, my darling, from the dog and the power of the double-edged sword, the tongue. Everything that you read in the scriptures came from these works or what you consider to be Mayan works, which is all really Haitian. All of this came from the Americas. That's why the people that are across seas can't tell you none of this shit. They don't know how to read it properly because it's not theirs. It's not theirs to read. They were banished for trying to create religions out of these works. These are works that are supposed to grow you and teach you. That's why you find the sun in everything. Because the sun doesn't represent the sun. This represents your thoughts being delivered. Right? You have the breath of life, right? And you have the new energy that uplifts you. The reason why you have the female and the male is because one is controlled by the emotions. One controls the emotional growth of things, and one creates the physical life. Man is physical, woman is emotional. So you have the two instead of the one. But it's the breath that gets created. If you notice, these hands go to all of them. Except over here, you have the Ankh that's being received because it's the energy that's being given that's redistributed to the physical. This is where you learn about frequency and vibration, not in some fucking book. It's right here for you to know in all of the different civilizations because it's all the same information. They told you that the world used to speak one language. They're not lying to you. The thing is now that they've created all these extra languages, you can't see the connection between everything that was meant to be. The very things that are left behind in order to teach you about yourself are the very things that they demonize and tell you are horrific and all this other bullshit. Right or wrong, you go inside a church, they'll tell you that this is demonology and fallen angels and all kinds of bullshit that'll deter you from learning the very things that are left here to save your life. Meanwhile, all of the fucking all the stories in the Bible tell you the word came on what? Where is it at? Where is it? Hold on, I've seen it in here earlier. Clicked on it by accident. Let me see something.
Man, he's really listen. Get them lights up. He's dropping the information.
Oh, right. Hey, look, this is the other thing is they always try to pervert everything. The Ankh is not the male and female reproductive system. The Ankh is literally your vertebrae. The face that's in the middle of the Ankh, remember that neural foramen? You know, the instructions that are sent through the body, that's this part. That's what the face is. It's this guy right here. This is your circle of Willis. This is the thing that sits on the throne in the cloud of the heavens. Now, what was I looking for? The tablets. Where's the tablets at? There's a lot of things that are just being taught incorrectly. Right? And so you have to be very careful about these so-called spiritual leaders and these so-called people that claim that they know what they're talking about. If they can't read the real scriptures, which are the pictures that they put spells on, then why would you listen to them? They don't know what they're talking about. None of them. They're all reading regurgitated nonsense that was created to keep you as far from these things as possible. But this is where all of the information is left for mankind to understand himself. Look at Allah. See how you have the arms, the leg, the arm, and the head? See the brain that it sits on top of? You wouldn't realize that that was Allah. Right? You wouldn't think that at all. But that's because you don't realize that that bone that he's holding in his hand is the femur. They borrowed so much stuff. Look, and it all came from the Americas. This is American right here. This is the entire breakdown of how you create life. Look, how many hours are in a day? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. In a 24-hour day, you've got 60 seconds in every 60 seconds or 60 minutes, right? That's why you have these 60 dots that go around here. Now you have the 1, 2, 3, 4. Why? Because there's 4 seasons, right? There's 4 parts of the brain that are being controlled. See, I remember I told you everything that's external is internal. Notice how the ear is a serpent, right? Why? Because they're serpents. These are your serpents. You see my serpents? See them moving? You've got serpents all over the fucking place. You know, the ones that crawl the earth for all eternity but never look up? It's your veins, your arteries. These are your serpents. You get me? So you have the masculine and the feminine, the giver and the receiver. You have the primordial waters. You have the male phallus with the seed in it. You have the waters that it's receiving the seed with the seeds. Right? This right here is how your DNA gets structured. Here, I'll show you. Look, watch. Like this, go back to this, close this. Which one is it? Where is it? Where is it? I know it's in here somewhere.
Make sure you guys get the
I haven't done this in a minute. I've been really distracted lately, so I kind of needed this for myself too.
Man, you're on a roll.
Where is it? I believe it's in this one. Let's see. Where is she?
And where from America was that you showed earlier? What was that like? From what part of America was that picture you showed before?
Oh, that was one that Father Crespi stole. So there's really no telling exactly where he found it. We just know that he stole it and he was in Mesoamerica when he had it. Because he was collecting different artifacts from around the country. You got to look up Father Crespi's collection. He was a thief of a priest. Lied and said he was trying to preserve things, but really he was just stealing artifacts. Yeah, people did some fuck shit back in the day. Like they were really on some crazy shit back then.
Check.
They were just out there stealing stuff, eating mummies, and fucking like destroying property they had no business touching. Now, where is that stack? All right, that's all sovereign stuff. Maybe it's in this one. I just want to show you this real quick. Then I got to get running. This thing's going to die soon anyway. Ah, there it is. See? This one. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the charger for my iPad real quick. It should be right around here somewhere. I just had it. I don't want this to die while I'm showing. Or I could go on a spiritual journey and tell you that it just wasn't meant to be, right? Do some dickhead shit like that. No, it's because you're in control of this shit. If you know something's wrong, you gotta fix it. You don't just sit around and let it go bad. Hold on one second. Let me find this charge cord. I just had it up there. See, it was meant to be. It's a sign. People are crazy these days.
Is my mic still up there? I'm about to drop down and come back. Hold on. While you're looking for that, let me drop down and come back. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys.
Is that going to close it out or something?
No, I think it might. I don't know, but just let me like leave and come back and see if that fixes it. Because it's like it sounds like a computer like thing. Let me like leave and come back. Hold on.
Hey, don't look at my doohickey. Looking at my doohickey. What's wrong with you?
All right, is it still doing it? I don't know what to say. I don't know what it's doing it.
I don't hear it, but I never heard it in the first place.
Well, someone in the audience will hear it. I hear it. It's weird.
They might hear my air conditioner.
No, it's like an echo.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't hear that shit at all. All right, hold on, I had to grab me some coconut water.
Yeah, it's only me.
Gotcha. All right, so I'm gonna show y'all some shit about this thing, and then I'm gonna have to get out of here because I gotta go and work on this house some more tomorrow, and I'm trying to get it done before Monday. Building homes for homeless people. All right, let's see if we can get in there. Okay. Hey, there we go. All right, where my bogeys go? Sorry, I know I'm holding you up. 1 second. This stuff takes
Hit the lights, guys. He is being
Is there people in here?
You know, I don't know. It's weird. But
I ain't worried about no lights. I don't do this shit for lights. I'll be all right. Or you might need them for your platform.
No, it's all good. I just want to make sure that people can hear me. But if they can't hear me, it's okay.
All right.
As long as they can hear you, that's presenting. So go ahead.
All right, let's see. Does this layer got stuff on it already? Yeah, it does. We got some math on here. Okay, good. We already got some math on here. So let's just go like that. Let me see if we're good to go. All right, we're good. Make this a little bit smaller. All right. So check this out. So on either side of this, there's 30 on either side. Okay, which is 60 total. So that's minutes and seconds. Okay. Now on each one of these eyes, there's 9. Okay. Now down here, you've got what? You got the 4 times 3, which equals 12, right? Because you got the 1, 2, 3, and the 4, but you have the 1, 2, and the 3 serpents. So that's 12 right there. Okay. So you've got 12 days. I mean, you got 12 hours shifts, 24-hour shifts, and then you've got 60 seconds, right? So you've got the formation of time itself, right? So this is a cycle that's taking place, right? Now, the cycle, where's that chart? All right, look, check this out, right? So this is the creation of the cells, right? But it's a lot more than that, okay? That's why there's 1, 2, 3 in between H, right? This is where your 3 times 12 came from. I mean, your 3 times 4, right? It's these ones in here. Right now, there is 3 serpents, however, but that's something completely different. Right? So your 12 is what? It's your cycles, right? That's your time frames, your months and things. Okay, because you're dealing with a birth chart, right? Now, what you have is 1 that's going into the eye. Why? Because your eye is the thing that receives energy, right? So there's an energy that's being exchanged. Now, we know that it's masculine because it's giving. Everything comes from the masculine, is received by the feminine. Notice how the member right here, you know what this member is. Don't make me fucking say it. Okay, as the male's fucking member right there, that's coming through the serpent. Right? So it's receiving it and it's creating it. It's giving it to the female that's putting it into a cycle. This is a womb right here, right? It's not what you think it is, right? Well, I mean, it is. You know what it is right now because I just told you. But originally looking at it, you would think, oh, it's just a. If you listen to the fucking Mayans and shit, oh, it's just the sun, and the sun's sitting on top of her because she carries the light. It's not. Shut the fuck up. These people be lying because they don't know. They just be making stuff up. Now look, right? Notice how you got 1, 2, 3, 4, right? You got the 4, right? This is square, so it's separate. This is the ends of it that's also separate. So there's 4 right here, right? Frontal, occipital, perennial, lombatic, right? It's the lobes of the brain. Why? Because the lobes of the brain are the thing that create the controls that actually create these things. What you're looking at here, if you follow these marks right here, I want to show you something. Right? What you're actually looking at here is the formation of the muscles. And it's this right here, right? Because this is your stem cells. This is this thing up in here. All right, now, right, because after the formation of the muscles, if you look down here, if you notice the little dots that are in each, because it's that energy or that seed that's being transferred. Okay, now this becomes a structure, right? Because I told you this is about building life. So that structure that you're looking at, right? If you notice, that's this right here. Okay. Now, this wheel right here with the cycle in it, right? Because if you notice, right, first it's going into the waters, and the waters have the holes in them, but this has the energy on it, right? These pop out and these go in, right? Because they're interlocking. Male and female go together. Right? The reason that it's always female carrying it is because females are the ones that transfer the energy. Okay, masculine gives it, female transforms it. Okay, that's why it's Isis, because Isis is on to Genesis, the gene of Isis. Okay, gene Essis. On to gene Essis, which is on to gene Isis, because that is the developmental growth. Not bad, yo. This shit's it's kind of hard to write neat on this distance. Hold on. Now, just so that we're clear on this, so that you don't think I'm making this up, I want you to see this for a second. This is literally in your medical diagrams and medical books, okay? On to Genesis. The development of the individual organism and includes the sets of morphological, physiological, biochemical transformations from the moment of germination up to death, also known as what? What do you go through? Maturity. When you're maturing, when you're growing, everything that you grow through is known as ontogenesis. Okay, that's why you see Genesis with the male phallus, with the female womb, and she's carrying the brain stem, and she's carrying your temple, the temple and the brain stem. When the seed and the womb are together, she's carrying it to give to the womb because it's the growth that she's demonstrating. Right? It's not like 7 different gods and goddesses like they try to tell you about. It's all the same one. Now look, right? So let's see. Notice how these structures then become extremely structured here, right? Because it's showing you the creation of everything. That's why you have the 4 here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 once again, because it's still the mind that's putting everything together. It's binding it all together. Now down here, this, and like this, and like this, right? So you've got the 3, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? The 3 and the 7. Why is it the 3 and the 7? You have 7 that go up to the top, and then you have the 3 that are being combined, right? Why? Because 1 has to deal with the, what are they called? What are those 7 vertebrae? Hold on, let me think. I'm trying to remember what it's called. What are those 7 vertebrae? It's not thoracic. It's the shit. I can't remember what the 7 vertebrae are called.
Cervical.
Huh?
Cervical.
Yeah. Now, the reason why you have the 10 together is because even though it's representing the 3 that's going into it, you also have the 10 total because it's both sides of it, because it's the masculine, the feminine, and it's the 1, the 2, and the 3, right? Mother, father, spirit, or you have the frontal, occipital, peroneal, limbotic, cerebellum, the 5 different lobes that are coming together from both. Okay, so it's creating one form, right? Now these are your cells. It's the binding of the cells that are coming together in the womb that are being controlled by both sets that are coming together, right? Now, if you notice, this is in the waters, right? If you don't understand that in this is choppy like this on purpose, right? It's not by chance. If you notice, it replicates the same waters that you see up here with the same holes in it, right? It's still those same waters, and her hands on it. So the waters are the foundation of what is holding up the creation that's coming together. That's why she has her hand on here, and that goes up to the hand that is bridging the tail of the same serpent that you see that's being divided.
It's almost like she's coming up out of the water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the symbology.
If you didn't know, you would think it was a fish coming up out of like a mermaid.
Yeah. Now you're starting to see where they're coming with these stories. Okay, so when you look at this, right, in the first part of the head, you have the sun and the serpents, right? That's this part up here. The sun with the serpents coming out of it. 2 serpents, the masculine and the feminine, right? You have both of them right there. And then the serpent then becomes the thing that's carrying the phallus inside of the waters. This is all water right here. Okay, so they're showing you the seed that's being given, right? That carries both the masculine and the feminine. That's on a schedule, right? Because women don't ovulate all the time. Okay, they don't ovulate every day. Notice how one of these is cut. Right? Because you got what? 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks in a month, right? Right? Think about that for a minute, right?
There's what about the lunar cycle?
It is the lunar cycle.
Okay, because why is that circle? The moon? Is that the moon in the middle? That circle that's in between each thing, is that the lunar cycle?
No, that's not the moon in the middle. That's the egg.
Oh,
this is the egg.
Wow.
All right, but you don't ovulate but once out of the 4 weeks. Right? Notice how it cuts directly into the egg. Why would it cut into the egg? Because that's when the egg is able to be split. When you're ovulating, you're able to receive. That means that the egg has to be open. That means that part of it isn't going to be closed off. During the other weeks of the month, it's closed. So only through a portion of it are you able to actually have something change or alter it. So during that time is when you can receive that serpent, that membrane, that member.
So technically, people didn't even have sex, probably.
Oh no, they were very look. This is a very sacred thing, okay? Because now you're gonna get into all right. Here, I'm gonna give you one last thing before I run. Where's it at? Where's my calendar?
And then I want to when you come back, I want to get into the moon and how the moon affects those same cycles, because everything you've been talking about is not based on sun cycle. The 12
lunar
months.
cycles.
Huh?
All of it's lunar.
Oh, it's all lunar.
None of this is based off the sun. You have the 28 days. All right, that's what the 28 moons are here for. It's because it's a 28-day cycle, right? And that's based off of your astrology, right? I want you to think about something, right? Now, this is Ophiuchus in the center, okay? That's the 13th sign, okay? Now, outside of that, I want you to think about this, right? They used to have a ritual where they would sleep, everybody would get together on what you call Easter, right? Now, they tell you this is a pagan thing, right? Just because they're full of shit. This is the thing, right? I want you to think about it like this. When you're born, right? You're in that womb for the 9 months. As a matter of fact, let me give this a different color so that you can really visualize this. I'll make this a little bit larger. All right. Think about it like this, right? You're in the moon for these 9 months. Is it going to fucking... whatever. It's going to be a little crooked. All right. So you got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 months that you're in the womb. Now, if you notice, each one of these months has specific attributes to it, right? This is why the stars are there for your signs. Okay. Now, each month has an element. It has a stone. It has a nature, right? Water, air, earth, fire, right? The 4 different natures, right? And it has a color, right? Now, if each one of these has one, right? And you're in the womb for 9 months, and everybody that's in your village stops procreating for the 3 months before you get to Easter, what have you just done? You've just made sure that you've included the entire cycle inside of your child, making a perfect being. Nowadays, motherfuckers, even though it takes 64 days for sperm to fully mature, which is what? 20, 40, 60? About a 3-month time period, right? So if you waited 64 days, you would be including at least a minimum of about 3 months of elements in your reproduction practices, right? And then from that, when she got pregnant, you would actually be creating an ultimate child that would be fully packed with every single fucking element from every single month inside of it. But people don't do that these days. Instead, they got people bumping uglies just randomly all throughout the year. And people getting born with shorter lifespans, people getting born with deficiencies, people getting born with all kinds of fucked up things happening to them because they're not practicing like they used to. See, this used to be a very, very sacred thing where, once a year, see, nobody was bumping uglies throughout the rest of the year. It wasn't like this big orgy smash fest like they want you to believe. People were very meticulous and calculated.
Mating cycle, just like any animal has.
Mm-hmm, exactly. And because of that, men were smarter. because men releasing their seed costs them energy every single time. It shortens their life. That's what men don't understand, is that every time that we create new seeds, it's literally taking from our energy and pouring that into the seed. So each time you expel that, you lose your mind. You ever notice when your dude finishes, he's kind of stupid for a couple minutes? Like, be for real. Like, you know what I'm talking about. The other thing is, as women, when like, this is the thing, right? Even if he's not able to make you actually like finish yourself, right? Don't you still crave him finishing for some weird reason?
Yep.
That's because it's not you getting off that your body's after. It's the energy that he gives you. Because you get that jolt of energy that comes from him when he finishes. This is why they say women steal men's energy. They're vampires and shit. It's literally true. It's really true. You steal our life force. Like, literally steal our life force every time that you get a man to finish. But the problem with that is that life force also comes with his mind attached to it and his DNA attached to it, which means that every time that he finishes, he's now changing the genetic structuring of your body, which is why couples that stay together for a very long time start to look like their brother and sister. Because every time you take his energy, it starts to affect yours permanently. And the more that happens, the more you start to change. You'll start to use more of his language. You'll start to crave the foods that he eats. You start to crave the smell that he has. You start to, like, all these things are because you're craving more of that energy that he gives you.
So it manipulates your own DNA.
Absolutely. Well, if you take DNA from somebody else, what's going to happen? Your body's going to take it and absorb it.
So here's a question. What about when you are orally ingesting it? So is it also closer to the mind and even closer to your brain and closer
100%.
to your... So guys got to be careful about who you let ingest your sperm, because they are taking your life force and then they are taking a part of you into their self and becoming more of you.
Well, it's not so dangerous for us. we just lose life. That's what we lose, is life when that happens. But y'all are the ones that start changing and shit. So it's more of a thing for women to be careful about, is because, this changes your mentality, literally. Why do you think that women become bipolar that have a whole lot of partners? They tell you that men and women are polar opposites. That's energy, the poles. So that's why most women are
body count
pretty
is
crazy. A high body count is fucking dangerous. They go crazy. They don't know how to act because they got all this different DNA inside of them that's been altering them this whole entire time. They can never get back to being who they were, ever. There's nothing you can do to change that except for not have sex for years, like years and years. It takes years for that shit to fade away. But you're never going to return back to your original self, ever. It's a very scary thing, the things that they've done to the general knowledge of how the body works and what they've actually done to people with using that against everybody. It's very dangerous what they've done. Because it's out here fucking people up. So men are dying faster because they gave us porn. Men are dying, and nobody realizes what they're doing every time they go shooting that fucking trash can. right? They don't know. They don't know they're shortening their life every time. Nobody has this. No, the general public doesn't have this knowledge. They think that they're just fucking, they're just getting rid of an urge. And women that are being promiscuous don't realize that they're permanently damaging their psyche. This is why virginity was something kept until marriage back in the day, because they knew better. If you know better, you do better. Because all of these things were common knowledge back then. So they really did a number on society. Like a serious one.
Wow.
Hey.
I'm blown away by this information, guys. This was a great build. Listen, I want to get some final words from you. We're gonna bring you back because we've only just hit the tip of the iceberg on the information that you have. Because I just already know. There's so much more that I've seen on his channel, on his IG. Before I leave, I want to promote some of the things that you have out here.
Nice.
You actually sell items to to better yourself, as far as getting rid of toxins and parasites and things like this. We talked a lot about parasites. Okay, so this one is called Jab Freedom, colloidal silver, Celtic sea salt, black seed oil, and there's like 8 different products you can get.
Now with the water things, you have one that's a zero filter. That's the one on the right side is the zero filter. The one that's in the middle is an alkalizer, and the one that's on the left, that's a juicer, of course. But a lot of people don't. You don't really need to do the juicing. It kind of takes some things out of it that you want to have in it. So I'm up and down on the juicer. It's nice for when people want to go on like juice cleanses and shit like that. But outside of that, you really should eat the fruit. Are you still there? Because I can't hear you. I thought you were talking.
All right, I was on mute. I was talking. Okay. He also has the Book of Johnson, that is his book, and frankincense and myrrh. So, what's the main thing about the aroma aspect of things?
It's a calming thing. That's all it's about. It's something that'll calm you down. It'll just make it so that you're a little bit at peace. It's not like an air cleanser and all that kind of extra shit. It's just something that calms your nervous system.
What do you think about like substances like weed and stuff like that? Do you think that that's a good thing to continue to do, or do you think that it's
well, this is the thing. If you're gonna use weed, you need to know how to use weed. Like, all right. So when I was smoking and shit like that, like I was taking Shilla G and sea salt and things like that. So because when you smoke weed, what you're doing is you're activating your brain in a way that is not normally running. Like your brain becomes hyperactive, which makes you think that you're like moving slower and doing everything slower and shit like that. But really it's because your brain's function has been increased, because THC is something that your body naturally produces. So when you're taking an additive like that, like you need to do things like add in minerals and things into your regimen so that you're not going back and then eating after that and crashing out. Because if you eat after it, you're basically, you've drained your body mentally, and then you've drained your body physically as well. Because once again, when you're hungry, it's not because you're craving food, it's because you're craving minerals to create new energy, or you can get energy itself. So if you're gonna smoke, like smoke and go do it grounded while you're sun gazing, and you'll have a result that you never fucking expected. But if you do this, right, and you don't fuel yourself with the proper minerals to make up for all the extra activity that your brain's going to go through, what you're going to do is short yourself. You short out. That's why you end up passing out after you smoke and eat. It's because you're basically on the verge of death. like realize that you go to sleep when your body runs out of energy. Right? So give it the things that are needed to create energy. If you're going to smoke, you have to take, like, okay, right, when I was taking Shilajit and my Celtic salts and fucking water fasting and shit like that, like, I was also smoking weed some of the time. So when I would smoke, I would double up on the Shilajit. Like, I'll take it right before I smoke. That way, when I smoke, I don't get hungry afterwards because my body's been given the things that are necessary to create the extra energy for the brain work that's going to happen. Otherwise, you're not going to have no dreams when you sleep because your body's going to be so shorted out that your brain's not functioning when your body's resting.
I hear a lot of people that smoke a lot of weed don't have dreams.
No, they don't, because they're smoking a lot of weed and then they're eating food afterwards. So they're overdriving their system because your brain reacts to the THC in a way that produces more direct thoughts. It's more of a controlled thought thing. And so what ends up happening is now your brain is operating in hyperdrive, which makes you feel like you're going slower. Right? You might physically move a little slower. You might not even move at all, but your brain will be having all these thoughts.
Oh my God, that's the part of weed I cannot do. I can't smoke weed because I already think like at like a very fast pace anyway, and then to slow that down is too many. It's too much to handle. So I cannot.
Well, it's really not that it's slowing it down. It's not really slowing it down. It's making you hyper process it. So it seems like it's slowing it down, but really you're having even more thoughts during the time that you're smoking, because that's what the THC does. So
if you my near-death experience when I you know how if you have a near-death, if you've ever had a near-death experience, everything slows
down.
Yeah,
I almost got bled out when I was giving fucking plasma. Last time I ever did that shit. These motherfuckers almost killed me.
I had a whole show about that, about how much blood. Well, I was on another show and I was talking about the fact that they try to take our blood. I don't know what.
I gave some blood plasma once, and the people didn't put the needle in my arm correctly, and when it started fucking bleeding out and shit, they just kind of stood there watching it, waiting for somebody else to come and fix it. So I literally just sat there in the chair bleeding out while they were watching me, and I literally started fading to black. Like, I was literally fading away, and then they tried to fucking blame it on me. Like, bitch, I was fucking strapped. I was sitting there fucking perfectly still, and your stupid fucking techs came in here and didn't give me the fucking shit properly, and I almost died in the fucking chair. And y'all gonna blame it on me, saying that I must have been deficient on something? No, bitch, my blood's all over the fucking floor. What are you talking about?
Right, that's crazy. Right, wow.
Like, how you gonna try to convince me that there was something wrong with me because y'all didn't do your job correctly?
Anyway, so we're gonna have to talk about that the next time. Cacao syrup, 24 karat gold, reishi. What are the benefits of these products?
Okay, right. So Orem is gold, right? Let me explain this, right? That's gold on a microscopic level. Now, gold is found in your brain naturally, right? These are things that they don't tell people about. Okay, gold is found in your brain naturally. So gold is a conductive additive that you can take that will actually increase the brain function that you have. Now, there's several different forms that you can take it in. There's monatomic gold, and then there's that gold water, right? One is specifically designed to be absorbed by the brain. The other one is designed to be absorbed by your water system, which also affects the brain as well, but it also makes it so that your water in your system becomes more conductive as well. So basically, by taking gold, you're increasing the conductivity of your entire system.
Cacao. What does a cacao do?
Oh, cacao. Um, that will increase the productivity of your melatonin. That's the, I don't want to say it's a decalcifier necessarily, but it will increase the activity of your pineal gland. It's like fuel for it.
And then you have like the black seed oil, you have like the turkey tail.
Oh yeah, you gotta have the black seed oil. That's a cleanser. That's what cleanses your blood. Then you got the burdock root, which adds in that gives you the proper amount of iron that you need. Like that gives you extra iron for your system. And iron is something that pretty much everybody's deficient in.
Why do you think that is? Why are we deficient in iron?
Because your body doesn't produce it without enough energy. And everybody's low on energy.
You think these phones are doing it?
Nah, they just scrambled the fuck out of your shit.
So listen,
turkey tail mushrooms, that's another fucking thing. Any mushrooms are good for you. The best one to get is lion's mane mushroom, but turkey tail is really good for I think it's growing brain stems. So basically all those things are basically things that will cleanse you and increase brain function.
So listen, guys, I want you guys to get his book on. It's on Amazon. It's called The Book of Johnson. You could also get it on his link tree, which let me just go ahead and post that into the chat. If you guys get a chance, please go check his book out. People that are watching the replay, because everybody comes and watches the replay. So even though there's nobody here right now, or like a few people here right now that's been watching, they come. Please look into the chat and get the link tree for his. Here is his Book of Johnson. If you get a chance, just type that in and go ahead and check the link tree, the Book of Johnson.
Yeah, that book will
that'll have all his herbs on there, all the things he's selling. Also, also his links to all the Lawful Freedom Library, Welcome to One Nation, just a lot of different things. Sacred Tea, Shilajit, Free Energy Devices.
Those are Mama T's. That's Mama T's teas. You know who Mama T is?
No.
Really? Oh, you would like Mama T. She's really good with astrology and natal charts and breaking down like where the stars are and stuff like that. She's a very spiritual person. I'd be surprised that you didn't know who Mama T was.
You know what? I do know who she is. I've been trying to do an interview. I've been trying to talk to her for the longest. Yeah, shouts out to Mama T.
Oh, I can. Well, I don't know. She's been kind of busy lately. She's got a lot of stuff going on, but I could shoot her a text.
Yeah, let her know. I've been wanting to get her on here. I want to talk to her because she's been doing really good stuff with the AI. Okay. That's probably something that we're going to be talking about next time that you come up on here, because this is not going to be if you so would oblige me, I really definitely want you to come back, because this is an amazing build. You broke down so many things in one sitting, and I know there's so much more. I just know it because I've already been on your page, right? So if this is only the tip of the iceberg, guys, please check him out on Instagram. He is known as the King. Wait, hold on. His name. Sorry, I'm about to say King Solomon. He's known as the Book of Johnson on Instagram. Let me show that page real quick.
Yeah. And then if they're not on Instagram, you can find my channel. It's my old dog breeding kennel. It's called Taboo Kennels on Facebook, and I also got the Book of Johnson on TikTok too.
Yes, please check him out. He's out here doing the work, guys, and I hope that you guys enjoyed this live. We've been here for 4 hours and 12 minutes. He really gave us a great build. This has been awesome. Shouts out. Any last words you want to say before we close out? Can you show us your beautiful face?
Let me think. Press this button.
You're gonna switch it back to you.
I got you. This. All right. Find a way to forgive. And the reason I say this is because the things that you think that you're not forgiving of somebody else are really the things that you can't get past in yourself. A lot of times people walk around holding a grudge towards somebody, but the reality of that grudge is that you feel like you failed them or yourself in some way by allowing the thing to take place, right? And so, we try to convince ourselves that the reason that we can't forgive somebody for something is because it's something that they did. But really, what you're actually missing in that is that the reason that you can't forgive them is because you feel like there was something different that you could have done, or that you could have done for them to help them not be the way that they were. And you need to remember that the things that you have in your mind are always going to be the greater than the things that you're going to be able to experience in the physical. And so holding a grudge against somebody is really just beating up on yourself for something that you feel that you could have did differently. And if you can learn to forgive for people for the things that you feel like were their mistakes, you'll find that you yourself will start to feel better. Because when you sit there harping on these things, what you're actually doing is harming yourself in the process. Don't worry about carrying around false teachings like karma, because the only person that's being affected by these ideas of karma is you yourself, as I've shown you earlier in the video. When it comes to dealing with the waters in your body, they're affected by your thoughts, not somebody else's actions or lack of. So when you're holding a grudge against somebody or wishing karma on somebody, what you're actually having is a trick that was given to you to make you think of nasty things happening to somebody, but the only person that ever suffers from that is you. So try to remember that there were times when you yourself weren't able to move past certain things, and that you wished that the person that you used to be could have did things differently. And know that even though it might seem like somebody's not affected by the things that they did to you, that internally they'd never forget. It's not something that just washes away. The same way that it's eating up your soul, that you've made mistakes, they eat that the same way. It's just people display it in different ways. So instead of hoping that something bad happens to somebody while you're sitting there destroying yourself internally and making it so that your life becomes more difficult, find whatever you need to find in them to forgive them for that thing, and you'll start to feel better about it yourself. That's what I'm going to leave with.
Well, that was absolutely
very important.
That was beautiful, and I really encourage people to get that book. Is that diagram about love in your book as well?
Yeah, that was one. That's the first chapter, because that's the first thing that people need to actually learn about.
Right. So yes, I'm going to be buying the book. I hope that you guys buy the book. Please support this young brother with his information. He is out here really doing the work. Shouts out to the Book of Johnson, aka King Solomon. Thank you for being on Alchemizing Energy, and much love. Peace.